My check 1 2 1 2. My one check 1 2 1 2. Let me know how everything is doing today. Oh Lord. So Dolce Gabbana, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. You got free promo. Free promo. How you doing? Big shout out to Amy Conway. Big shout out to Rock Chalk. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Let me get to the comments. Big shout out to the ladies. Thank you for being here. It's the host of the most, the team to the tango, the dean to the Django, Jrod on point, your favorite brother, your mother's favorite son, the black sheep. Thank you for being here. It's very appreciated. Sometimes I just can't stand myself. This is all content, all content. Big shout out to the people that love us. Big shout out to the people that hate us. Big shout out to everyone out there. 7 8 cuff ons, straight 9 and 10. My dope is fake. Yeah, yeah. I tell you what though, that video right there, it never gets old. It'll never get old for me. Like I could watch it 30 100 times. Like by now, if Nick wouldn't strike those videos, man, I would have like 500,000 views by now. Cause man, that thing was going. Big shout out to everyone. Big shout out to the 18 people watching. Thank you for being here. Very appreciated. I'm your most gracious and humble host. Appreciate the support. Lately, like I don't know, man. After the latest live stream on the Idaho phone, I have gotten so many phone calls and emails. People want to approach. Big shout out to those content creators that reach out. I totally understand. Not everyone has a budget, but at this point, you see, I'm explain that. People was like, "Yo, Jrod, why you charging $1,000 to content creators to have you on their show?" And I was like, "Well, that's not for every content creator. It's content creators like Speakman Holding, Sleuty Goose, Miss Holly, and many other ones that I could sincerely say that I would go just to go and have a great show and have a great conversation and really get some things clear and share with the community what's going on with the Idaho 4 case. Because in reality, let's be real, there's a lot of content creators that, thank you, Amy, I appreciate you though. It's a lot of content creators that being used to just put content for the sake of content and not really thinking about, okay, so if you're going to put content, might as well put the type of content that it will be the most accurate, which I totally understand that's going to put you in a position to do a little extra work. Totally understand that. It will put you in a position to amplify your network, to allow more people in for far as having the opportunity to have conversations with people close to the case. Um, I do encourage, I do encourage in this platform content creators that actually has the good heart. I encourage content creators that have their heart in the right place to reach out families of victims, because due to that you have your heart in the right place, you always gonna do good by them. Is no chance whatsoever for nothing to go wrong. So when I hear other content creators talking here like, oh, content creator, oh, in my opinion, content creators shouldn't approach the family members of a victim. So who you really supporting in true crime? Big shout out to the original Miss Holly Martin. Thank you for being here. Very appreciated. Thank you so much. She's so much appreciated. Holly, the link is right on top as well to Rock Chalk. The link is right on top. Amy Conway, the link is right on top. If you want to hit the link and have a conversation, we're going to be talking about Idaho 4, Bryan Kohberger case. We're going to break down and take it apart. The latest court hearing, motion to compel, which has been very interesting. Is so it's so revealing, because that's the word. I was looking for the exact word. It's very revealing that at these days today, like we in 2024, people need to understand that as the years go up, as the years go up, technology increase right now as we speak. Right now as we speak, technology, and I wanna talk about the technology that we don't see. We totally understand and fully aware of the technology that we see, that we have a full understanding of the technology that we could see, AI and such, voice changers, computer programs that will grab a picture and put weird faces on it. Like we fully aware of technology that we could see in our face, but the technology that we can see is right now 50 to 60 years ahead of whatever we could see right now. Let's start there. Let's get that out the way. Right now, the technology that we can see with our own eyes is 40 to 50 years ahead of whatever we know today. As years go up, the human consciousness, and I'm talking about your elevation far as understanding your surroundings and getting in tune, recognizing the room, recognizing the modern days, what was yesterday is not today. Every day that people is moving the goalposts, is so many different things that people do not take in consideration when we're going to talk about awareness, when we're going to talk about consciousness. Human evolution happens every second. Human evolution happens every second. every second. Make sure you subscribe to Jrod on Point. Human evolution happens every second. So whatever we know today, tomorrow we will definitely know way more, understand way more than whatever we know today. So when we applying that to true crime, content creators, viewership, everyone else between it and surround it, the whole YouTube content creation hemisphere need to understand that us as content creators need to always evolve. We always need to find ways in true crime to make ourselves original, to make ourselves different, to make ourselves our own imprint within this niche. You know, I don't want to sound or look like any other content creator out there. It's content creators that I watch, it's content creators that I appreciate that they watch and listen, and it's content creators that I watch him just to torture myself. Because when you do homework, when you investigate, when you put the work, you get information that sometimes is not the most pleasant information or is not the most entertaining information. Sometimes you have to watch 5 to 6 hours of footage that might not be the most interesting, the most appealing, the most up to the niche. But when you are investigating, sometimes, let's say you got to watch a CCTV footage that is like 50 hours, let's say 48 hours. From the first 48 of a crime somewhere around the world. And you have 48 hours of nothing but black and white footage that it skips very on a tick. And you have to watch 48 hours of that while you paying full attention, while you taking notes, while you analyzing the frame. Sometimes investigations are very numb, because if you have any type of emotion to it, if you have a time frame, if you have something else to do, like if your priorities are not within the investigation, you will lack the initiative to actually look those sites, those angles that might take you to the bullseye, might actually be what you needed to do to get a resolution to a criminal case. So in true crime, I totally understand when I came to YouTube true crime, first thing I wanted to do is be different. I wanted to be myself. I really didn't want it to rely on other people's information. Like I always wanted to collaborate. Since day one, I came to the niche because I wanted to collaborate and spread the love and let people know that I'm real. Like I'm as real as you, or I'm as real as you make yourself believe that you real. But due to that, I consider myself very real and very on point. I don't hide myself shy from a conversation. I don't hide myself shy from a text, a call, a email interaction. I don't like, again, when people don't have nothing to hide, we will make ourselves accessible. We are nature. We ourselves. Like when you answer that phone call, what up? You you're gonna see whoever you see here in the camera. You're gonna talk to that same person on the phone. I don't have a character of a fake persona that I have to make a character to make a show, and I have to paint my face. That, like, no, like, I believe that I have the talent, that I have the looks, that I'm genuine. I'm a real person. I'm a real dad. I'm a real family member. I'm a real friend. I'm a real enemy. I'm a real everything that you could think of. I'm real. I'm real. I have never done no one wrong, and I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of people has done me wrong, and I live with it. Like, I don't blame other people for what other people has done to me or try to do to me. Like I don't. I give humankind the benefit of the doubt, because if I want the benefit of the doubt, and if I want the opportunity to interact and allow myself and allow others to be around me and network, you have to understand that you have to be very, very in peace with yourself. You, like, when certain people are kind of like unbalanced and mentally disturbed, and you know they come around excuses, and like, oh my god, feel sorry for me because whatever I went through in my life. Like, when people act like that, they not genuine. They not like real people. They go through whatever they go through, and they always gonna show you the best version of themselves. People not gonna come here on YouTube and act up, being wild, like, talk stupid, say a whole bunch of random shit, and then cop out to whatever you have gone through in your past, and then act like, oh, my PTSD and my mental problem. What the fuck you doing here then? You cannot be here in YouTube true crime. You cannot, and I repeat, and this is a fact. You cannot be a content creator in YouTube true crime. I can't say on any other niche, but in this niche, in YouTube true crime, you have to be on point. My brand on point. Jrod on point. My brand is on point. So I just have to be me. It's easy. Like, for me, I do this while I sleep, and I don't sleep. I take naps with one eye open. It just is. In true crime, you have to be on point. Big shout out to you, and thank you for being here. All the sisters gathering together. We have Amy Conway, we have Holly Martin, we have Rock Chalk, we have Joanne from Utah. What's up, girl? Glad to see you here. Very appreciated. Much love and respect to the sister. Welcome home. Welcome to all the ladies. Hopefully, the guys pop up at some point. We might see a Ron John coming through. We might have a Top Petite passing by. We might have a Holler Boy Big shout out to all of ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Your company is very pleasant. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all the superstar moderators today in the chat room. Thank you so much. Happy Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Weekend. Big shout out to all the veterans out there. We appreciate, and this one right here, I want this one right here. I want it to hit different. I want the purpose of what I'm gonna say right now is to hit different. I want to reach out. If you're a veteran, I have family members in the military. I have family members, state, local forces, Puerto Rico, and United States. I have family members everywhere. I don't want to mention certain other places that I have family members. If you're a veteran, you have gone to war, you have served your nation, and you have come back alive, you are a legend. You are the heroes that this nation sometimes not appreciate. You're a hero, you're a legend. This nation should appreciate you for your service, for your dedication, for your sacrifice. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do for America, United States of America. On behalf of myself and my family, superstar moderators, subscribers, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for this nation. For those veterans that are with our Lord Jesus Christ, your sacrifice is not in vain. Your sacrifice is not in vain. Even though if we don't know you, never got to know you, we do know what it takes. We know the courage that it takes to take that flight. We know the pain that you have in your heart when you have to travel to the valley of death and you leave in your wife and kids home and your whole family. And even if you only had a dog waiting back home with your mom and dad, believe me, I know how it feels walking out your house, close the door right behind you, get in that car to go straight to the valley of death. Personally, never went to war in the military, but I did went to many wars in the streets. I seen bullets fly by me. I got hit. I know when I leave my house and I'm walking through the valley of death, for you to come back home, it takes everything out of you. For those veterans that are no longer here with us, thank you. And we love you and we will honor you even after your death. I have a very special veteran that I promise you, dog, that I'm fighting for you, man. Rest in peace, Kohberger. Dog, you know I'm fighting for you, dog. In the same way I'm fighting for the victims, in the same way I'm fighting for Bryan Kohberger, in the same way I'm fighting for my own honor, credibility, fighting criticism, fighting evil just like you did. We at these days have not stopped fighting for against evil. We will not stop until justice gets served cold. And that's on God and on my kids. I will not stop fighting until justice gets served. Rest in peace for our veterans. And if y'all know me like for a long time that I've been here, y'all know when y'all see these tears come out, I'm the angriest motherfucker in the world. Because I'm not even sad. I'm angry. I'm angry. And that's the same anger that it drives me every single day to be the best man that I could be. In the name of the whole On Point family, our superstar moderators, collaborators, and subscribers, y'all all heroes. And we thank you. Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. The show must go on. Big shout out to all subscribers, super moderators. Big shout out to Joanne Rockchalk, Amy Conway, Miss Holly Martin. Thank you so much. Very appreciate it. Thank you for being here with us. A lot of people don't understand a lot of what's going on with the Idaho full case. I wish many other content creators will sit on the panel and not be afraid of what consequences. I wish we could have someday big panel. Don't matter where it is, it could be here, it could be anywhere y'all want. But I wish we could have a big panel, big and small content creators all together in the same place. I really want to sit down and have a conversation with those content creators that really want to have a serious conversation about the Idaho full Bryan Kohberger case. I believe the true crime content creators have their heart in the right place. I want to believe that we all here with the intentions to do good. I really want to believe that. I really want to give content creators the benefit of the doubt. Listen, even those content creators that they look goofy and talk goofy, and even those that we know that don't have no fucking idea about what they're talking about. I wish I could talk to you. Every content creator, I believe that it has some level of ego. Like I believe that even content creator that he has one subscriber, they believe that the world revolves around them. So just imagine how those content creators with 1K subscribers, like even those with 10,000 and 20,000 subscribers, they you could see it. You see, it's just human nature. It's just human nature. When content creators believe that they know what they're talking about, they literally just gonna be Hollywood. And you know what? I'm gonna reframe that. I'm gonna fix it. I believe the content creators that don't know what the fuck's up, whatever they get to know, even though if he's right or wrong, they put it out there like this is the latest breaking news, even though if he's not a fucking thing. It's tough in content creation. It is tough in true crime content creation because you see, if you come to YouTube true crime and you're really not doing your homework, like it's not just about the homework, it's like, are you understanding what you're looking at? Because you could have 50 terabytes of so-called evidence, but if you don't know the basics of the case or what you're looking for, 50 terabytes of so-called evidence could be 50 terabytes of nothing but trash. Especially if what they gather is focused on keeping the attention away from the killers, away from the problem. It's a big difference between 1% crime. And what I mean 1% crime is those rich people, people, influential people. We could see how powerful is influence. Is YouTubers with 5,000 subs that they are influential for some people. They have some kind of influence. So just imagine people that it works with the government, people on power, people in power, politics, private sector, Illuminatis. Those people that you don't get to meet, but they are in the very tippity top of the world, or at least in their locality where they live within their territory. They are almighty powerful. It's cults in United States of America within the 1%, like the Greeks, that's a cult. Fraternities, that's a cult. Sororities, that's a cult. Church, that's a cult. Anything that their members and followers follow it blindly and not really knowing the reality of what they are all about, and they just following for the sake of following because their family members or friends all belong to it. So they belong to it and they don't know nothing else but that. And if they outside of that, they actually forced to be in because they don't know nothing outside of that. All their support team is all within the cult. So 9 times out of 10, people don't know how to fucking live without the cult. They don't want to be belittled. They don't want people that bump their shoulders. They don't want people to look at them weird. They don't want people to just not like them. Because the majority is the cult. And when the cult is the majority, you don't want to go against the cult because you know you're going to end up dead on a dry dish next to a college. The Vandals is a cult. The University of Idaho within itself and the Greek Council all are part of a cult. Fraternities, sororities, church. This is a fact. This is no knowledge. This is, listen, people that get scared and talk about, oh my God, you cannot talk about this shit because you might end up dead. Bitch, I wish you would. Bitch, I wish you would. And I know people out there know that, like, when it comes between you and them, it's gonna be you, and you will go suicidal on that. It's gonna be you. I will win. I'm telling you right now. I ain't scared of shit. Do you think I'm scared? Anything these motherfuckers from Idaho or anywhere around United States, or do you? Who the fuck you talking to? Do you think that I live 47 years, born and raised in the hood? Who the fuck you talking to? Do you thought that I'm gonna come here to YouTube after 47 years alive, survive the hood in Puerto Rico and United States? Who the fuck you do you think I'm gonna listen? Being where I'm at, do you swear to God that I'll be afraid of anything happening to me? What? What? Listen, I will say shit just on purpose to see if it will happen. Because I double, triple dog dare anyone one of these idiots think that you're gonna sneak anywhere and do anything. That's not happening here. Listen, I don't sleep, and I don't sleep. It's a good 50-50 chance that you're not gonna go back home in the same way you came in. So this is why I'm not afraid of not a fucking thing of what I'm saying here in true crime. This is my face. My name is Juan Rodriguez. Nice to meet you. AKA YouTube True Crime, the best cyber sleuther you ever saw. Jrod on point. Nice to meet you. I ain't not afraid of not a fucking thing. Who the fuck you talking to? Who the fuck? No. Listen, do you think that I'm afraid of any Greek Council, University of Idaho vandals? You think I'm afraid of the killers of the Idaho Fall? Listen, they will give me a pleasure. They will give me a pleasure if they ever try to come here and do any type of harm to me or my family. They will give me the pleasure of taking them out. Do you understand that? Knowing what I know, and knowing the possible killers, not fuck that, knowing the killers, knowing the fucking killers, knowing the names, first and last name of the killers. Yeah, I said that. Do you think I'm afraid of these grown men bitches? got a heart broken, broken because they got played out. Their manhood, got stripped from them. Whoever they thought they were, these vandal bitches, the killers of these 4 young adults, got stripped of their manhood. They realized that they were not men enough. They realized that they not as powerful they think they were. They got stripped and had knowledge and full awareness that they are bitches. You're not the wolf leader of the pack. You're not. Because if you were, you would have not gotten taken advantage of, or you wouldn't gotten played out thinking that you the numero uno, thinking that you the almighty God. And then when you realize that you ain't shit, and you got your reality check and you come to Jesus, the only power that you have, it was the killing power. Then now you felt so little. You felt so little, and all the vandals knew how little you are, all pun intended. Then now the only way that you could get your power back within your own psycho self is killing what it killed, your reputation, and show you the vandals, and show the vandals there is consequences when you get stripped of your powers. And when you get stripped of your powers, you flip the fuck out, you black the fuck out, and your last resort is killing. Because then now everyone is witnessing that you are a bitch. And then now you think that when you kill these young adults, you thought that you was getting your reputation back. Guess what? I know that the vandals know that you are a weaker bitch now that you did that. And they know how weak y'all are. All 4 of you. Their own vandals know how weak you are. And they just tick tock, they waiting to get rid of you. And you know when they're gonna get rid of you? Because I got the inside. Because I got the inside. Do you know when they're gonna get rid of you? When they all could get away with their participation, and they all gonna point at you, because the umbrella that was covering you need to stay there. So the umbrella covers them, but you get kicked out the fucking car. Yeah. All 4 of y'all got willing, gonna be on handcuffs with Mr. Green and everyone else underneath, secure a non-trip to jail. Because they will sacrifice you. I'm letting you know right now, if they cannot risk the FBI knowing what they know. You need to understand that the FBI is only gathering intel. Y'all put your own foot in your mouth. When y'all brought up all those narratives, listen, you put your own foot in your mouth. When y'all in the very beginning of the investigation said that the FBI was investigating with you, when you, Moscow PD, are the lead investigators and didn't give this case to no one else. Yeah, use FBI techniques. Yeah, use FBI resources. But the FBI was not the lead investigators in this case whatsoever. You know why? Because if the FBI is investigating, they taking the lead. Because the FBI won't give Moscow PD information that they know is real and then allow Moscow PD to do their fuckery. Because then Moscow PD be on handcuffs. Because then FBI gonna realize, oh shit, hold on, we got this information. This is about we teaching you how to do this shit. You come to us to do this shit, and we're gonna give you information about who's the killers, because we know who the fuck they are, and we put it on your table and you dismiss it, you going to jail. Oh yeah, we picking the whole they picking the whole police station. University of, listen, that mansion of Mr. Green be on lockdown. I'm telling you right now, the FBI was never involved directly with this investigation. That's a fact. And in court, little by little, you have realized, those that have paid attention, that every time they mention the FBI is for intimidation tactics. I believe when Garcia got the visit from the FBI, Bill Thompson set up the FBI to look bad and to show that the FBI was involved, but they were never involved in the investigation side of things, because Moscow PD was using FBI techniques, but the FBI was never involved until they went and picked up Bryan Kohberger with the information that Moscow PD put on their hands. Because if the FBI is investigating, and the investigators that were first, by the time the FBI took the case, they become the lead investigators. Ain't no Moscow PD, no sheriff, no Idaho troopers, ain't not one motherfucker below them they could say a fucking thing, because now they got the lead. Now you wait for us. And if they would have found out that Brett Payne and all these other motherfuckers in Moscow PD purposely led their attention away from the killers, like, you had DNA. How can the DNA within the surroundings in the locality of the victims in the third floor, in the same fucking room, that you found Bryan Kohberger's DNA? And what in quotes? Because I'm at this day today, I believe, due to my investigation, that sheath never had no DNA of Bryan Kohberger or close to Bryan Kohberger. That shit was fabricated with IgG. People don't understand that the DNA manipulation within IgG. You could just manipulate DNA. How you think that they make clones? Please, I wait. Just explain to me how they create clones, humans outside of the womb. So now you're gonna tell me that you're not gonna put things together to make it look like whatever you need? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Amy. That's what I'm saying. One of their mistakes within the narrative, because I believe their ego makes them think that humanity and people are slow. Their ego and the very tippity tap make them hallucinate, and they like it. I believe, you know what? I believe these dudes are really fucking dumb. They smart for certain things, but like their awareness and it's like they lacking of common sense. How the fuck you gonna share the narrative on major news media outlets that when you ran the test came 100 to 100 Bryan Kohberger's dad? This is facts. Narrative on the news media outlets. The IgG test came back 100 to 100 to Bryan Kohberger's dad. When they said that, they fucked the whole case up. Because then you needed to arrest Bryan Kohberger's dad, you idiot. Because you cannot have a 100%. You said a 100%. That's a totality of all. You cannot say 100% to Bryan Kohberger's dad and then arrest the son. You stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid. You just don't make no fucking sense. Who the fuck you talking to? How stupid? How stupid you think that humanity is? You really believe, like, let's say, people in your same level of awareness and your level of consciousness and your same level of society, like the people with you on the very tip of the top, do you, if you know for a fact that these motherfuckers don't believe a fucking thing of what you're talking about, what the fuck make you believe that us, mid class, will believe a fucking thing of what you're talking about? Because we are in the bottom. We look up to you and be like, yeah, that's some bullshit. Yeah. Believe me, rich people don't have to think about the shit that we have to think about. Because guess what? While they worry about, when rich people worrying about us and not in a good way, we worrying about them and not in a good way. Facts. So while they looking at us as cattle, we looking at them as we gonna take you down. And we will find a way, and we will take you down. Oh yeah, that's fact. We hungry for justice. We hungry for justice. We know where we stand in society. We know our roles in society, and we know your role in society. Your role in society is in disadvantage because you live in a fantasy. You live in a make-believe, a lie that we know is a lie, because he's no one above the law. As Donald Trump, as Biden, Jiggity Joe Biden, as Hunter, as every other politician or powerful person, as P. Diddy, no Diddy, as Drake. As the owner, the past owner of Death Row. You believe yourself so powerful, right? The Einsteins and all these people on the very tippity tap, hanging out with princes and prince and royalty, and hanging out with high levels of politicians. And as those people, as any listen, you could ask a priest, you could ask a pastor, and I'm talking about a corrupted one. How many pastors we have seen getting locked up. Lately, it was a pastor that just got locked up. And you're gonna swear to God that you, Mr. Green, president of the University of Idaho, you swear to God with your hand on the Bible that if you don't fix your shit underneath you, you will go in. Huh? You like this smile on my face? You like this smile on my face? I know that. Stop playing. Mr. Green, president of the University of Idaho, you swear to God with your one hand on the Bible and one raised to God that if you don't fix what's going on beneath you, you swear to God that it's not gonna get to you. Come on, keep it real with me. It's just me and you here. Nobody's watching. I don't see no one here. It's just me and you, Mr. Green. There's no one in the chat. Promise. Come on, say it. Listen, I do believe in justice, but I most and definitely believe in God, Lord Jesus. Even though I don't congregate, I have a very personal relationship with my Lord. And I don't have to make myself believe like a churchity church guy because I'm not. I just have a great relationship with the Lord. And who are you to judge my relationship with my Lord? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck am I to judge your relationship with Lord Jesus? Hallelujah. Can I get an amen in the chat? Amen. But I want to believe that the killers of the Idaho Fall will, thank you, Amy, will get caught. I don't, we have had conversations here, and our biggest fear within this case is after they done playing with their food. Our biggest fear is that after they done playing with their food in court, and by the time, thank you, Holly, by the time they done playing with their food in court, that by the time they done playing with Bryan Kohberger in court, our biggest fear is the authorities will not have the credibility nor the evidence to really not just arrest the killers, but to also find them guilty and render a death penalty. Because even if we got to the point that the real killers get caught, I believe that all the same influence that was trying to put this case under the rug, then now it's gonna go to plan B, and they're gonna fight for their life, and they're gonna fight for a smaller sentence. They might get it too. And they might get it too. because they won't be able to debate with the DNA of two of the killers being in the same room with where the killing on the third floor happened. I could only imagine how the DNA of those two different killers came all about. Because for authorities to recognize those two extra DNAs within the same room vicinity of the third floor killing, with right within the vicinity of where allegedly the Sheath and Bryan Kohberger DNA were, right? I could only imagine the potency of that DNA, because it had to be some saliva or saliva mixed with blood or something. I expect saliva. That's what I expect. I expect saliva mixed with blood. That's what I expect. If you ask me, Joanne, you see, that's a possibility though. That is actually a possibility. Okay. But then that's if now we're going to, well, because this whole thing is dark. You know, this whole thing is just, even though we know this thing is dark and is gross, is very disgusting, and it was a very morbid crime scene. I believe that that could be a possibility, Joanne. That's going all the way. It will go accordingly to it and with it, but then that's a whole other spectrum. That'll be a whole other charge by itself if that comes to the light. It's a possibility, but I want to give like the PG version for the time being. You know what I mean? I stand with you, Joanne. I stand with you on that. Yes. But then that just like, unfortunately, what we would call the cherry on top. Now you're getting the death. You are getting the death penalty. You're getting DP. You'll definitely need to get 2 bullets in your head. Fuck that chemical shit. Because the last guy that it went through the chemicals, he's still alive. Fuck all that shit. You need 2 shots in your head. 2 top. But you need 2 top from 10 different shooters. Yeah. You need 2 tops from 10 different weapons, 10 different shooters. Yeah, if you did that. If y'all did that, yeah. That's why I want to give like the PG version, believing that it could be a mixture of saliva with blood due to some kind of bite marks, some kind of fight, uh, some struggle, some struggle. We would like to believe that if through the struggle, Kiely has the chance to give one good hit with all she had, because she knew what was about to happen to her, or she felt it. Screaming, yep. Yes, Amy. I'm watching the chat. Y'all know me. I pay attention to the chat. I might not put it on the screen right now because I'm running late on the I'm running late on the screen, but I'm watching the live chat. I'll try to hurry up. But you're gonna tell me that you're gonna have a higher grade and more potent sample of DNA, but you went after touch DNA on the sheath when you know for a fact they didn't use the sheath to kill him. You see, now I'm gonna criticize some content creators. I'm not gonna mention names. Yes, Joanne, they seize assets and everything. It'll be a shutdown. It'll be a shutdown. They'll get a notice. You cannot. Yeah. Listen, they needed a hit. Like Moscow PD needed a hit. The University of Idaho with a cease and desist. Like all evidence. Like it don't matter. It don't matter if you own the property. You're not gonna get rid of evidence. It's like when a situation happened and you cannot delete no footage. It's the same shit. You cannot. You was not supposed to take that house down because that just told everyone the truth of what we are talking here is the truth. And you're making believe a certain situation that is just a fantasy, your fantasy of power or of your freak mentality that you are God and you could just put shit in place like you said, Mr. Green, control chaos, how you do how to utilize a chaotic situation and manage a chaotic situation to the point that you will succeed. You are very proud of your book, ain't you? You made profits of something that you created yourself, and those boys are doing what they need to do, huh? You know that if you raise crows, they will end up poking your eyes out. And can you believe that the same snakes that you birth will come and eat you one day? Mr. Green, you probably don't know the courage of some psycho young adults out there within you vandal group. Don't you think if they had the balls to get inside of the house and did what they did, don't you think that they will do the same thing to you? You swear to God? Especially if those same boys that you say you love so much, they come inside of your house and instead of knife, they have nothing but their parents' rifles and light your bitch ass up because they know you are the fucking problem of everything. And they probably, before you get rid of them, and they know you will get rid of them, they might get rid of you before you move a muscle. Have you ever thought about that? I'm wondering if he's thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Yeah, those eggs are about to hash. Yeah. You know why they say you keep playing with fire until you get burned, right? Ah. Listen, Mr. Green, I don't even believe that you know that Satan is real. In the same way, Lord Jesus is real. You don't think that Satan will sacrifice you for his well being? Rich people is stupid. Listen, these motherfuckers are rich because their daddy was rich. These motherfuckers are rich because their family are fucking bloodline. These motherfuckers are stupid. These motherfuckers did not got rich because they're on smart. They was born with the opportunity already there to make money like that. They not smart. They not smart. Listen, you might act like a demon, but you don't have no idea what a demon is all about. Oh man, listen, man. When the demon wanna come and get you, woo, woo, they will get you. Just letting you know, when the gates of hell are open, ain't nothing gonna save you. Ain't no Moscow PD gonna be there for you. I'm letting you know right now. Ain't no motherfucking. I'm telling you, you're gonna have to have a 24/7 you house surrounded by your private police from the University of Idaho. Oh, you will have to hire like a private military mercenary private corporation to secure you ass. Listen, he knows this shit. He knows this shit. He know all these fraternity boys. They have an arsenal. Listen, he know that these fraternity boys on their parents' house, they have an arsenal. They have Molotov. They got rocket launchers and shit. Oh my God, he's stupid. Hey, listen, I'm not encouraging no one to turn to violence. I'm not encouraging that at all whatsoever. What I'm saying here is the reality of how demons think. And we talking about demons here. Vandals, these are demons. Like, they are probably more dangerous than any gang out there. And they probably are more dangerous than any gang out there because these vandals actually got money. Their parents are actually influential. Their family members, the ones that are not rich and doing good, are fucking running shit in the streets or running a scam operation or something. So is always a chance for the Mac Black Mansion get raided and not by cops. I'm just saying, these motherfuckers stupid. Motherfuckers stupid. Ah. But let's get back to work. Enough of the fun. Enough of the fun. Enough of the fun. That you're gonna tell me that you have a higher quality of DNA within the vicinity of the bodies in the third floor, but you're gonna try to say that you found some touch DNA on a night shift, which this is gonna be my criticism to some content creators and news media outlets. It don't matter if the murder weapon, if that was the case, it don't matter if the murder weapon was a K-bar, which is not confirmed, and actually the wounds in the victims, if you ask me for what I know at this day today, is not consistent to a K-bar. I repeat, it's not consistent to a K-bar. It's consistent to a bigger and larger sharp object, sword, or bigger knife, different type of style of knife, larger knife, machete type of knife, but it's not consistent to a K-bar for what we know at this day today. So if the wounds within the victims is not consistent to a K-bar, how the fuck is any relevant having touch DNA on the night shift of a K-bar, not the K-bar used for this murder, a K-bar night shift? We allege touch DNA on a brass button, which we know what brass do to DNA. So this is why my conclusion that it was no touch DNA of Bryan Kohberger on that button of that night shift. That was a narrative created to get to results, because they knew what they needed to say to get to results. But I believe that it was no Bryan Kohberger DNA at all whatsoever on the button of the night shift. But let's say if it was touch DNA on the button of the night shift, what that means? That means that they don't have a motherfucking thing. That's what it means. They don't have a motherfucking thing. The killers didn't use a night shift to kill the victims, didn't they? I want anybody in the chat room tell me that it's possible that those wounds that the body that the victims had, those gouges and that could be done with a night shift. I'll wait. Yuan said, hell no. Thank you, Yuan, bro. I appreciate it. And this is what it pissed me off about other content creators in YouTube. Like, why the fuck you even gonna mention that it's any relevant touch DNA on the night shift? Oh, could that put the killer, that put Bryan Kohberger at the location? So fucking what? So fucking what? Let's say that was it. Let's say that was it. That don't prove nothing. The victims will not kill with a night shift. Far as I care, the night shift is not a motherfucking thing. And here's the thing: this is when ego and lack of training comes to fruition. Because then now we have some dumbasses from Moscow PD following the lead of the University of Idaho president, Mr. Green, telling them, I need you to look away from my kids. I need you to look away from the bandus. I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do, but you're gonna figure the fuck out. And these motherfuckers thought that they could do it and get away with it. This is how we know how much pressure the University of Idaho is putting upon not just Moscow PD, but upon the prosecution and upon the judge. This is how much influence they have, for the simple reason that they will have a police department doing exactly what they've been told to do, instead of following their oath to the flag and to United States of America and the book of law. Now they allow the University of Idaho president, Mr. Green, to force the narrative be the master puppeteer. And this is how much we know of the power that he has within that locality. Because these motherfuckers, without having training to do this, they put themselves in position to do and fabricate a case when they don't even have experience themselves doing that. Listen, they barely had experience investigating cases and actually getting results out of that. Actually getting convictions out of that. You selected a police department that don't have not just the training nor the smarts, because they never have been put in such a pressure to fabricate a fucking case. So you motherfucking idiot, when you put a stupid ass police department that could barely resolve a murder, as simple, they can resolve the murder of a guy on the dish. What make you think that they're gonna resolve this one? And then not just that, you force them to fabricate a narrative against an innocent person, thinking that these motherfuckers has any smart to do that. And you know how we know that Moscow PD is pulling their tail out from all this shit? Because in court we realize we're gonna talk about it. We're in the second hour right now. We're warming up. They literally give the prosecution and the University of Idaho the results that they wanted, and they left it the fuck alone. And then now in court, they're not prepared. They don't even know what they getting caught. Now in court, they getting caught. Because this is what happened when you do something shady and then you want to try to forget about it. And you know you did something shady and you want to leave it the fuck alone. When if Moscow PD and prosecution would have followed protocol and really found the killers, they would have all details available. They would have sound in tune within the investigation. They would have sound dedicated on detail, and they would have got a conviction with a smile on their face. If their rush was to find justice for these victims, they would have not fucked this case up in the way they did it. They're now in court. They're just delaying a dismissal for lack of evidence. Right now, they're having a fantasy in court because they went through all legal, illegal loopholes. And I mean legal, but they should be illegal to do, which we're going to get to the bottom of how the secret grand indictment came back in the third day. We're going to get to that. But those that we've been following this case for a long time, it's in the very, listen, news broke, and I was soaking myself with everything, all information from everywhere. I'm calling family members in the West Coast. Yo, I need you to bam, 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 bam. The things that I got to know right away, I already got the gut feeling. So when I get the gut feeling, I just send them to see my gut feelings hit the spot. When they come back like, yo, I'm like, yeah, I told you. These people stupid. Listen, these people don't know when you create a narrative, if that narrative is not consistent, you fucked. Cause he's gonna be a motherfucker like me out there. He's gonna be like, what? What you say? Hold on. Yo. Yo, that shit bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. So it was a lot of bullshit in the very beginning when everything started. It was a lot of mixed narrative coming out of authorities. The worst thing the authorities could do is trying to keep everything in a hush hush. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You cannot keep everything on a hush hush. You have to share with the community exactly what the fuck is going on. Because again, you want the help of the community, right? You're gonna share with the community your findings or whatever you could share with the community that it makes sense for you to get to your man. But then when you fake it and you say like, yeah, we need the community's help to get this shit done, and then you get the community help, and then you go against what the community told you. And now, even though the community told you where to look, you actually turn your eye blind and you create an narrative on a random person with the particularities that this one random person didn't have nothing to do with no one surrounding the circle. And you needed that person to be native from far the fuck away. But you couldn't say that I was a native from Idaho or natives from Idaho. You couldn't say that that could be vandal killers. Because when a vandal kill a vandal, they become vandal case. So they call them VK. Instead of V, they come VK. And that's the worst of the worst, because then now they send a message to you better hush or that could happen to you. And that's what's going on right now. We have a whole bunch of vandals going nuts because now they know that they could commit certain crimes, and Mr. Green and the University of Idaho gonna cover those crimes. So guess what happened when you do that? When you have a group of vandals that knows who killed those young four adults, and they see the University of Idaho protecting those killers, they end up believing that the university will do the same thing for them, not understanding that not all vandals get that treatment of protection. So now you setting your own vandals for failure. Now you setting up your own vandals to commit a crime that might end up getting you caught, Mr. Green. Because they might say, well, Mr. Green said that that's okay. Oh, Mr. Green said, well, you leave a vandal, you die a vandal, right, Mr. Green? Then please don't ask me how I know that. Because it's for me to know and for you to find out. Huh, Mr. Green, have you ever come out your mouth saying like, oh, you leave a vandal, you die a vandal? And when you say that, you mean that, well, you know you could die too, right? Yeah. There's a lot of shady shit going on in that University of Idaho. You know how many deaths being called overdose and shit, but those overdoses has a guilty person, and that guilty person gets away with that death. Yeah, it's stupid. So we're gonna start talking about What happened in this court hearing is going to be very interesting. I want you to pay attention to the conversation. I might stop it here and there. I want to let it run and just pay attention to the details, okay? So, without further ado, let's take a look at this motion to compel. I want everybody to understand that the powers to be, and I'm not saying this for saying this, y'all need to understand this is a fact. Moscow PD, Judge, Ann Taylor, Mr. Bill Thompson are fully aware. Even Mr. Green, hey, what's up, man? Fuck you too. I need y'all to know that even though Jrod on Point don't have shitload of subscribers or shitload of oh yeah, the coroner, she's part of the faculty on the University of Idaho. She gets a paycheck from the University of Idaho too. So of course she's just gonna make it whatever they want it, because you know she's not gonna throw her livelihood away just saying like, well, this is not consistent and da 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 da. This like, she's not gonna tell the truth, because she tell the truth, she's gonna lose everything. She'll get fired next day. They'll find an excuse to get her fired or get her locked up on some stupid shit. You know what I mean? She's not gonna risk that. She too old. She's too old for that shit. And how y'all feel about cremating the bodies of a crime scene before resolution? If you ask me, the Kiely Rodni case, they were supposed to keep Kiely, unfortunately, on a freezer until the case gets closed. Or bury her. That keep her on the freezer is pretty rough, I know. But we need resolution, right? If the parents really want resolution, if that was my child, I go to the ultimate to make sure that my child gets justice. So we have to bury her, and then later on, bring her back up to do more testing and stuff like that, then that's what y'all do. Or if by any chance she needs to be kept in the freezer, even though it's a tough situation, until final results, that's what we do. Yeah, the laboratory in Texas, Spickman Holding, big shout outs to him. He let me know that laboratory is a shady. Is he said that's the most shady laboratory in all Texas. It's a shady. It's a shady laboratory. Like, they create shit. Like, they for pay they will do what you want. um yeah, no, we have said that like sheep don't kill no one. Who the fuck cares about DNA being on sheep? We need the murder weapon. The sheep didn't kill no one. This is my biggest criticism on all these content creators and news media outlets. How the fuck you gonna give in an import relevancy and importance to a night shift and IgG when that's all narrative? No, that shit's gonna stick in court. What the fuck are you talking about? Unless you have a very fucking compromised judge like we think we have, and like, if they, I'm gonna put it like this, right? If this was somebody with a vast FBI experience, a vast, and when I mean vast, is that this person know how to trick it all out to actually get an innocent person look guilty enough for a comeback of a guilty plea or a sentence. This case would look way better in court. But y'all picked and choose the dumbest police department now getting awards and shit. Get the fuck out. You don't even have a conviction. Your conviction rate is zero. Zero. This is the Moscow PD conviction rate. 0%. They don't have they dumb. These cops are fucking dumb, brainwashed, and stupid. And that's my conclusion for what I see in the results of this whole investigation. They're stupid. Because how the fuck you thought that you could fabricate a case of an innocent man and you will get away with it? Now you have to snitch on Green. Stupid. Because if all the pressure, if the FBI really jump in on the case and shit, they start looking through whole everything, and they get to know exactly how y'all did it and why y'all did it. Oh, y'all fuck, you have to start snitching. Y'all will have to start snitching, and the person that is gonna get being pulled away is gonna be Mr. Green and the killers. I'm telling you right now, I believe in God. I do believe in Lord Jesus Christ, and I want to believe on justice. I want to believe in the United States is an FBI out there that believe in justice. I know it's a lot of bad conversations about the FBI. I know. What I need to understand that above the FBI, now it's a Homeland Security. They stupid. They stupid. They is stupid. Cause now the FBI having Homeland Security overseeing their operation, they really have to do their job. They really have to do their job. And it's very hard, believe me. They're not, if FBI is in any corrupt shit, they are not going to get away with that. This is why we still believe how we believe on the FBI. We believe the FBI will do their job. The FBI going to stick to their guns and they will actually fight for freedom. Because if you ask me, the FBI is one of the very last lines of defense for justice. I like to believe that. So you gonna tell me that if everything gets lined up like I'm expecting and shit hits the fan, I'm expecting Mr. Green to get arrested right along with the killers and many other people. Because if Mr. Green gets arrested, it's gonna be a lot of people getting arrested. A lot. And I don't know if the bottom line is that they actually will give the killers for them to get away with whatever stupidity they did. This is why I do believe the killers will get found. I believe that they will have enough evidence. They will have enough metadata, cell phone data. The cameras actually will match the white Elantra from Jack Decor. I believe that if the FBI line everything up, the University of Idaho will be forced to give out the killers as long as they get away with the trying of covering the shit up, they're gonna have to negotiate with the FBI. They're gonna be like, well, we will cooperate. All right, you got us. 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 Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. You got us. We cooperating. We know where the killer's at. But you gonna let me get away with this shit, right? Lawyer on the phone and shit. Hey, yeah. I believe they will enter in negotiations and they will give up the killers if the FBI put pressure. If they, because remember they blaming FBI of not having evidence and shit. Like if the FBI really want to come and bite them in the ass, they'd be like, what the fuck you talking about? Now I'm starting looking at you. Why the fuck you say FBI this and FBI that when I'm looking at you like you stupid? You might get locked up in a minute. Stupid. It doesn't make no sense. Like, why you gonna call out? You're gonna call Satan's name and then you're gonna tease him to come. Hail Mary, Hail Mary, Hail Mary. And then when he come right in front of you, they're like, no, hell. So that's the same shit here. You hear Moscow PD authorities and prosecution mentioning Moscow PD, mentioning FBI this, FBI that. So now you doing that, you're actually calling the attention of the FBI to look into you and be like, why you mentioning my name when I don't have no fucking thing to do with this shit? Why you try to use me for another ref on IGG when a motherfucker told you, I fucking told you, do not use this shit because it's not gonna stick in court. The FBI told you, do not use this for nothing. Don't even put it. The FBI told him, don't even use this shit for another ref. And if you do, you by yourself. And this is a fact. Why y'all think that they were saying like, well, we was calling the FBI, calling them for the cast? Bill Thompson, you knew the FBI didn't make this cast. They give you resources, training, but y'all put this shit together without the FBI. Stop fucking playing. The proof is here. The proof is here. You didn't have nothing to stand on, Bill Thompson. You made Ann Taylor and Bryan Kohberger believe that you was about to do one thing for them to get caught off guard when you created and fabricated your way into a secret indictment. A hearing for bail, it was about to occur. And that same hearing of bail, it was about to get discussed and it was about to be put on the table. What evidence you have to hold these men right now as we speak? Right now as we speak, what evidence you have to keep these men locked up? The less that you could do, due to right now you don't have no evidence whatsoever, but you said that more evidence is coming. But right now as we speak on this bail hearing, you and me, in this case Ann Taylor, don't have nothing to show the judge right now. You don't have nothing to show this judge right now that it will make this case any relevant at all whatsoever. You was forced either to dismiss the case or you was forced to give these men bail until you gather your evidence so these men could fight his case from the outside while you gathering evidence. This is how the legal system works. I've been too fucking long dealing with the legal system like to not know. If someone is a fucking expert on the legal system without going to constitutional law, it's me. I spent 2.5 years to dismiss my own case. When my lawyer was looking like he was facing a dead end and didn't know where to go with this, I was like, well, go this angle right here. Go and find that I'm innocent this way. Because this is facts. My facts all line up. So as long as you have all your facts straight, your lawyer, even though if he's little cuckoo and confused and don't know what the fuck to do, but as long as they listening to the shit that you telling them, like, bro, okay, this is the state narrative. This is my truth. This is my truth. And you will get results. If you utilize my truth, you will get results. Like I will be innocent. Like it will get dismissed. And then me, my intention, it was not go for a jury. Because the judge knows the law and know what's evidence and know what's not. The judge know what's a narrative and what is not due to the evidence presented to him. The judge know. That's why in my case, I did not want a jury trial. Fuck that shit. I'm not gonna listen, I already knew that people don't like me. I already knew that people, just because I'm who I am, they thought that I was, this, whatever they thought that I was, right? So why the fuck I'm gonna put my future and my sentence or whatever happened on my trial on the hands of dumbass motherfuckers that don't know what the fuck they doing? This is like any other viewer of true crime that don't have no fucking knowledge or paying attention to detail or analyze what the fuck is being said. And they're just like, JLR said, Convict Thought says, Shut the fuck up. Stupid. It's just idiot. Listening to some viewers here and their comments that they put in the comment section. It's fucking stupid. And you could tell from where these people come from. Our subscribers or those people. It'll take for those subscribers of those other people realize that those other people did not know what the fuck they were talking about, for them to probably unsubscribe for them or unsubscribe from them. I believe that some viewers and some subscribers are so fucking dumb and brainwashed that it don't matter if they get the reality on their face that one content creator that they idolize and they love so much were talking stupid and did not know what the fuck they were talking about. I believe that some subscriber will be so dumb they will literally stay subscribed to those content creators, even though they catch and caught those content creators spreading false narrative. So if those content creators are spreading false narrative out of one case, what you think they doing with all the other cases? The same shit. And it's the reality. I wouldn't put my future and my well-being and livelihood on a jury that don't know a fucking thing about law, don't know a fucking thing what a narrative is being pushed. It's just any other Jane and Joe from across the block that was forced to be there, and now they mad that they have to be there, and your fucking life is done. They already mad, and this is what happened. This is what it bothers me with this jury system shit. You should have, you should have, I don't know, you need to have 5 judges, 3 out of 5, 3 out of 5. You need to have 5 judges, 3 out of 5, to have decisions and put sentences and convict people. Having judges that understand what's the difference of a narrative, and they could look at the evidence and see, and look at the prosecution and be like, you a dumbass. Or look at the defense, he's like, you should mitigate. I'm just letting you know right now. I don't shh, 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 shh. What I see here, I suggest for you to mitigate right now. So, prosecution, I need you to put a deal on the table, whatever y'all gonna do, however y'all gonna figure this shit out. But what we see here with this evidence, you need to mitigate. I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna, no, because the judge or judges will see the bullshit on the evidence, or will see that the evidence is crispy hot and it's a slam dunk. Just looking at the reference and all the evidence, they just look at the discovery and they be like, yeah, he fucked. Yep. And it will be more taxpayer healthy, because it will decrease the time for people to get justice, because it's 5 judges. They know what the fuck's up, that they could sit there and look at the prosecution shit, look at the defense shit, and be like, oh, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I don't trust jury, especially when you do a secret indictment. This is 2 things that happen on this secret indictment. This is 2 things that happened on this secret indictment. We knew about one. We knew about the judge that took care of the secret indictment. We knew about that judge, retired judge on vacation, got called by Bill Thompson to handle the secret indictment, while you have judges on deck to take care of situations like that. And now we just found out through this hearing that Bill Thompson utilized a detective from Moscow, Idaho, that did not have no knowledge. It was not involved. A total stranger within this case. A detective that did not spend 1 hour investigating this case. A random detective that is very friend of you, Bill Thompson. A very cool guy. This is right. You go and use not just a crooked judge, because if you ask me, if I'm retired and I'm in vacation, you call me for a secret indictment, I'll tell you, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? Why the fuck you calling me? Don't you know I'm retired? Don't you know I'm in vacations with my wife? Get the fuck, click. But no, this motherfucker flew back to Layton County to handle this shit for his boy Bill Thompson. That's how you know a judge is crooked and corrupt. A real judge would not do that. A real judge would tell you, well, we have judges on standby to handle this. I advise you to call them. And you not just handpick. This is why John Judge is on the hot seat. You see the change on his attitude. I need you to know they are all listening to what I'm talking about. Believe it or not, they are listening. You could tell on the changes within the court situation. Bill Thompson did not just handpick the judge. He handpicked the detective that he was about to put together the evidence that he needed for a secret grand indictment to come back. So you handpicked the judge, handpicked the detective that was about to put a cast together for you to influence the outcome, a total random detective that did not have nothing to do with this case, that you handpick and choose to put evidence together to make it look like something that you needed to come back for a secret indictment. I'll go farther than that. The motherfucker put the information together for you, but then delete how he got to those conclusions. Then he erased the work of how you put this information together, which Ann Taylor needs that for her to validate this evidence that you presented on the secret grand indictment. This is how shit goes. Ann Taylor already put a motion to open the books and dismiss the grand indictment, the secret grand indictment. She already put the motion to dismiss that. The judge didn't even want to hear the argument. Didn't want to open the books because he believed that the book was fallow. Just face value. How the fuck you gonna trust on a case like this that you think that Bill Thompson is gonna do right by the system, instead of you opening the books and see everything, how everything went? And if it's good, it's good. But you have to open the books. If you see this shit was shady, you have to dismiss the indictment. And if they really had something, they have to redo that shit again. But I believe that if they would have get that one, that it was nothing they could do and say, because then now they know that they paying attention. Now whatever you put there, it has to be good in court. The same thing they did with the IGG. IGG no good, but you used it. What you put together for a secret grand indictment with that cast information was no good. That's why you deleted. You knew it was not good. That's why you deleted. The log is gone. How you put together this information that you presented to the secret grand indictment is gone. So literally you use this system to trap Bryan Kohberger in a system that is gonna recycle itself until it's just non-stop hearings and shit, until the judge gets some balls to be like, well, now dismiss. Because the judge right now is giving the state too much of a benefit of the doubt, because I believe the judge don't want to believe that the state will do something that low to have an innocent man locked up for a year for no fucking reason, just for the fuck of it, of the sake of covering the University of Idaho. I don't believe the judge want to believe that. That's why the judge is like, no, dismiss. I believe Bill Thompson did right by this indictment, but then now they putting their foot on their fucking mouth. Because Ann Taylor was like, oh, okay, so you want, okay, so you want to play with me. Oh, you know I'm what? I could only see Ann Taylor's face. I could only imagine. Be like, do you know my name is Ann Taylor? Who the fuck you talking to? What? Okay, cool. I'm gonna play the same game you're playing. Okay, so you're not gonna consider this dismissal, right? Okay, now we're gonna play hardball. Now I want every single motherfucker that had to do with that information, whoever the fuck put that information together. Now I want to know everything they know, how they did it. Okay, cool. Don't dismiss this shit. Oh, now we're gonna play. Now we're really gonna play. Now I want to talk to everyone that put this shit together. And why you here? The same thing she said, why you here? Why had to be you to put this shit together when you don't have nothing to do with this investigation? How Bill Thompson come to you to put this shit together after you put it together, you erase the record. But then now you have a result with no base and fundament to make it valid in court, but it's enough for you to have a warm body locked up for a year until we figured it out and realized that this was all bullshit. But by then, we have played with all this time playing with someone that is innocent. And then now Bill Thompson gonna look stupid. Now it's gonna be consequences. Judge looking stupid. Bill Thompson looking stupid. The University of Idaho looking stupid. The state looking stupid. Because it's gonna get to the bottom line that Ann Taylor will prove that all this shit was fabricated. And if she proves in court that all this shit fabricated, heads are going to roll. Heads are going to roll. If he's proven in court that Ann Taylor just, okay, you don't want to dismiss, right? So it's on you, whatever I do with all this shit, right? Now you cannot blame me. I believe that Ann Taylor like, well, you cannot blame me for me exposing you and everything y'all covering. That now is your motherfucking problem. Because guess what? I'm not gonna ruin my career for a fuckery like this. This case is the most important case in Idaho history ever. But you treating this case like it was a dog killed on the side of the road. That you could do whatever the fuck you want with the information. He's just a dog, right? You're gonna play dirty with someone's life. You're gonna play dirty with 4 young adults that got murdered by vandals of the University of Idaho, led by Mr. Green. You're gonna cover this shit up to the point that you're gonna grab an innocent person. You tried it with Brett Kopaka. You try to frame Brent Kopaka first. He didn't cooperate. You end up killing him. Then you went to the option number 2. You only have 2 options. You have 2 options. That's it. I believe that you have 2 options. You went for Brett Kopaka because you look at, well, is it Bryan Kohberger or Brett Kopaka? They both from Pennsylvania. They both BK. They both have white hand land trust and shit. But this one here, we could say that for mental issues, he's a machete and knife lover and and this and that. Okay, we could put this narrative on him way stronger than this one here. But this one here didn't want to cooperate, and we had to shoot him because after we told him that we just need your help and shit, he said, nah, fuck you, leave me the fuck alone. So you shoot him and kill him, and then now you have to deal with this fucking geek that want to work for you. Yeah, you heard me. Geek that want to work for you. Bryan Kohberger. Like he want to work for you so bad and become sound right. And like he's just gonna be like, okay, so I guess I could just stay here for a while and then I just gonna get paid, right? If you ask me, Bryan Kohberger don't look worried at all in court. He looks like he knows something that only me know. Like he is absolutely innocent and that he will be let go by the time they secure that this case is gonna go cold, and he actually gonna be blamed forever about this case. He gonna sue, he gonna get millions of dollars, gonna become a celebrity. You know, he did his job. He makes sure that everyone look one way until these killers drive off into the sunshine. And by the time all is over it, well, again, we have said our biggest fears is that this is not going to get resolved. But I believe in Lord Jesus Christ. It's different. I believe it's going to be resolution, that it don't matter whatever they thought they could do. If I see the play is other people in power that see the same thing I see. Believe me, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one that listen. It's some people out there say like, "Oh, Jrod on point. He dumb. He not smart." So if I'm not smart, just imagine people higher than me that actually are with the shits. If I know this, don't you think that is someone else in higher places that actually know this too? I want to believe that if I know what I know, I don't want to believe that I'm the smartest motherfucker ever in the story of true crime. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that I could just break a case down to the T from far remote and actually resolve the case without actually not have feet on the ground or foot on the ground. Cyber sleuthing. I do my cyber sleuthery sleuth, and I guess I'm pretty good at it. So let's start the conversation. Let's prove my point. Because every time these people go to court, they prove my point. Don't forget that after the state and the prosecution won the earliest motion to make it private, I light them the fuck up. I came here, I was like, well, this and that. This is what happening right now. This is the status. This is what's going on. This is what they hiding. What they did, they postponed those hearings after I came here and let y'all know exactly the reasons why the judge took that decision and da 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 da. And I also told y'all that Bill Thompson didn't want to hear and tell, oh, okay, we don't have cameras here now. I'ma light you bitch ass up. She would light all of them in court. Okay, you want to play with me? Now we don't have no cameras. Okay, so this is bottom line. What the fuck is going on, Judge? They don't want that. They do not want that. They don't. They want to keep Ann Taylor grounded. They want to keep Ann Taylor with serenity. They want to keep Ann Taylor like, yo, listen, control you demons. Relax. You're going to get your day in court. Relax right now. Let us work with this for the long run. Listen, you're getting a bigger check. The longest it takes, the more you get paid. Chill the fuck out. This is why they cancel those hearings, because I believe that in those two hearings, Ann Taylor would have got major results, because she would have shook the whole courthouse. Anyone and everyone that got to be in there, she would have run that show. She would embarrass the judge, and the judge didn't want her to hear that music. I believe that due to the judge know how Taylor works and shit like that, her not giving a fuck approach and shit. If she's not under the loop of the camera, I know for a fact with the vibe that she has give me through this whole process, she would have took the gloves off. Dude, okay, no, oh, no cameras on site. Okay, game on. And I believe this is why the judge, right after he heard me saying, well, exactly what I'm making sense, I'm trying to help him to see if it looked good and don't end up, having me embarrass his ass after everything is done and settled. Because I know he should know that I'll be talking mad shit about him like for the upcoming next year if he don't fucking do it right. I will dog the fuck out of him, dog. And he will not like everything that I have to say about him. Because I will say nothing but the truth, what I see that he's doing. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and try to make the judge look like something that he's not really showing. But this is what happened. The humans don't want to be called out with their bullshit. This is how humans are. Those that are in the bullshit don't want to be called out for their bullshit by other people or people below them. So as soon as they hear someone like me below them, no Diddy, exposing exactly what's going on. And you hear that this one guy on YouTube, even though he's a small content creator, he actually know what the fuck's up. And every time they hear my voice, it's like cringe for them because they know, like, damn, I can't shut him down because he's telling the truth. If I shut him down while he's telling the truth, he could sue the fuck out of us. They know that if they cease and desisting, all that shit don't fly. You can do a fucking thing to me. Why? Because I'm telling you the fucking truth. And I'm willing to go to court to prove this shit. They don't want to play with that. They don't want to acknowledge me and be like, yeah, Jrod been talking. Yeah, he been knowing what's up. The problem that they have, that everything I've been saying in this channel, when they go to court, what I've been saying, it comes back. This is the advantage that I have over any other true crime content creator. They don't, I believe they're not dedicated, and they just want to be lazy and just put whatever content they believe in, and with the chemistry of like being right in the fans, so like that, all their fans, keeping subscribers, not pissing subscribers off and shit, and they just lazy. They just want to put the formula that it works for them, and they just really don't care about the bottom line of the case, because again, they don't care enough to share information to the community, that actually the community gonna see that every time these people go to court, it's like, Jrod told me this shit was about to happen. And don't it feel good when you have a true crime content creator? Like, I would like to believe that Amy Conway gotta be very pleased, Joanne gotta be very pleased, other moderators, superstar moderators are very pleased every time we have a conversation here. And when things go to court, what we've been talking about here, it seems right on point. So I believe that it feels good when you watch a content creator that is giving you sight and insight of what's really going on. And it feels good when you could hear and listen to information that when you wait for it, it makes sense. And it will age like fine wine. That we could play my videos from the very beginning of we could play my videos from the very beginning of this Idaho 4 case. Sometimes I sit there and watch my own shows from way back, and it's like, damn, Jrod, you got this shit on rap. And I'm pretty proud of myself, because I dedicate myself. I want to make sure that when I tell y'all things over here, whenever the court gets to be seen in like court hearings and shit like that, y'all be like, damn, Jrod been saying that this shit was about to happen. Then Jrod been telling me that the prosecution is the shady shit that actually don't have nothing. But what discovery you gonna give, or you don't have nothing? Like, whatever you gonna give is not gonna point at Bryan Kohberger, because whatever you had that it was pointing Bryan Kohberger, you fabricated for a secret indictment. This is why you're saying the PCA it ain't shit no more, because the PCA was based on the theory that Bryan Kohberger was stalking the victims, and soon as Bill Thompson said that it's a fact on record and on court that Bryan Kohberger did not stalk the victims, the whole PCA crumbled. Bryan needed to be free. Soon as Bill Thompson said that it's a fact that Bryan Kohberger never stalked the victims, they were supposed to let Bryan go. Why? Because the PCA is all based with the fantasy that he was stalking the victims. And due to he was stalking the victims, everything else fell in place. Now the PCA ain't shit, because the PCA was based on Bryan Kohberger stalking the victims. Now that Bill Thompson said no, he for a fact he never stalked the victims, everything else in the PCA goes shit. Because that was the only reason why everything else in the PCA was there, because he was stalking the victims. Everything else was there because they believed that he was stalking the victims. This is why everything else looked it right. So Ann Taylor already got the PCA the fuck out the door, because they've been talking like, well, you said this, right? So you know for a fact that if you said this on record on court, so you're going to tell me the PCA ain't shit, right? And then now that they had that conversation, Bill Thompson got to say like, well, the PCA ain't shit. So then now we're focusing on this. So Bill Thompson said that the PCA ain't shit. Now we got to get rid of the secret indictment. Now that the PCA is out the way, now the IGG is out the way, now we need to know, because remember, right now already Ann Taylor proved that Bryan Kohberger was falsely arrested. Bryan Kohberger was arrested on the false pretensions from the state of Idaho. She already proved that this whole arrest of Bryan Kohberger is illegal. She already proved that. I told ya that day that we heard from Bill Thompson that Bryan Kohberger for a fact never stalked the victims. For a fact, that means that he knew, Bill Thompson knew that Bryan Kohberger was innocent, because the PCA was based on someone stalking the victims and then everything else falling change. Everything else was falling accordingly to the PCA, because the stalking, the only thing that validated all the other information they had on the PCA, it was from someone stalking the victims. Soon as Bill Thompson in court, while on record, said that Bryan Kohberger for a fact never harassed, no stalked the victims, that PCA is out the door. Done. IGG, done. PCA, done. Now we got to deal with the indictment. And guess what happened here? Let's have some fun.
And so is Ms. Matha, both representing Mr. Kohberger. I think I've covered everybody. Ms. Evans is court reporter. We're here for a motion and a potential witness, I believe, relating to motions to compel discovery, 4th and 5th. That's all I know. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
Your Honor, the court is correct. We are here to begin the motions to compel. We have testimony today from Detective Mallory. As the court will recall, he's unavailable on the 30th and 31st, which are the days when we will have the full scope of our motions to compel. So it may feel a little choppy, but we would like to hear from Detective Mallory today and would call him when it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Anything preliminary, Mr.
So I wanna say this detective, the only reason why the detective is there, okay, the only reason why the detective is there is because this is the detective that put together the information, the evidence that he was used in the secret grand indictment. He's not part of the investigation. He was never part of the investigation. This is picking and choosing a random detective from Moscow PD to put information with instructions from Bill Thompson. Bill Thompson did not just select the judge, select the person that he was about to put the evidence together as he pleased with his direction. So it's like you get the judge that you know you're going to get results from. You pick and choose a random detective. They will put together, they will fabricate information they looks good enough for you to get a grand jury coming back, which I believe, remember, you pick and choose the jury too. So you keep picking jurors until you have the people that you needed in there. I would like to know how much people he denied to be a judge that day, a juror that day. Because I believe the people that he picked and choose to be the jurors was people that was attached to him, people that he knew they would do, just gonna look. Listen, Bill Thompson knew what to put together and how to do it to have Bryan Kohberger be put away with no bail. This is the only reason they were so desperate. They knew was over. The state knew was over. Bryan Kohberger is about to have a hearing for bail, and that same hearing they wanted to dismiss the case. Because he's like, you either dismiss this case, judge, for the lack of evidence right now where we stand right now. Right now where we stand, if this hearing would have occurred, if Bill Thompson wouldn't go behind everyone's back and come back with a secret grand indictment, and Taylor would have the under oath testimony of Bethany Funk, which I believe they were on their way to meet up with Bethany Funk and get her testimony under oath and all this other shit. And that day of that hearing, they would have a witness testimony, a witness that is confirmed that he was at the residence when everything happened. She want to validate her story of her side of the fence of that night. They're going to realize that nothing match with the narrative that is being put together against Mr. Kohberger. She probably would have to throw under the bus Dylan Mortensen. This is what they didn't want it. Bill Thompson didn't want a testimony from Bethany Funk Key throwing dirt on Dylan Mortensen, because that would have legal repercussions. Bryan Kohberger would have got let go, and now the state would have a fucking shit show, and everybody would be outraged with them and be like, what the fuck? And this is a year ago. The whole investigation would have looked stupid. The whole state narrative would have looked stupid. News stations would have looked stupid. YouTube true crime content creators would have looked stupid. And we would be the only ones like looking good as fuck, like we are right now. Because we actually, if you realize, we are the only ones actually looking this good. Lana, I would like to say, she, believing Kohberger might be innocent. She's still kind of like not saying like, yeah, I believe 100% he's innocent. I do believe that he's 100% innocent, but you don't hear no other content creator here being like, well, due to the information that we have available, I believe at this day today that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. If in the future I see any other piece of information that would change my mind, I will do so. That's the same thing I'll be saying here for the longest. Because I know he's innocent. And I'm not going to see no evidence that will make me change my mind. But if that evidence is due to occur and it comes to the light, I'll be more than happy. I will welcome that. I would love to eat my words. Believe me, I would love to eat my words. But up to this day today, we don't see no other content creators sticking for the truth. Because again, I don't see no other creators like 100% like, yeah, you know what? Right now is no evidence. But they also like, well, but the state would have more evidence. Listen, shut the fuck up. Do you think a case this important while they making themselves look like they fighting for justice for the victims, while then their narrative is, if you was that in a rush to lock up Bryan Kohberger, you should be in the same hurry to convict them, to prosecute them and convict them. You playing with your food because you don't have nothing. I believe if you have anything in concrete to put this case out of sight, you would have done that already. Just for the credit that you got the job done. This is the biggest case in Idaho history right now. This is the biggest case in Idaho history right now. Because I know it's been other cases in Idaho that have caught their attention and stuff like that. But due to the intricacy of this case and the urban legends that have been created out of this case, this is the biggest case ever in Idaho history. And it will become bigger than what I'm telling you if it gets proven for a fact that I was right all along. That the killers are vandals. The killers knew the victims. The killers are ex-boyfriend and boyfriend and their friends, vandals, being protected by Mr. Green, his staff, and the University of Idaho in cahoot with Moscow PD and the prosecution. I want to give the judge the benefit of the doubt, right, John Judge? I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know what, John Judge? I hear you. I seen you. I seen you demeanor in this one. You demeanor in this one due to that I had to let you know how you looking. A grown adult telling you how you looking. You change in this one. In this one, you are more respectful. In this one, you are actually, when you hear the witness, you actually looking at Ann Taylor like, listen, the judge has secondhand embarrassment. Remember, don't forget, this witness on stand, this is a state prosecution witness. This is not an Ann Taylor witness. This is a state prosecution witness that put together a cast, not FBI related. This detective from Moscow PD put a cast together to make it look like, and then deleted the whole process of how he got to those conclusions, because Ann Taylor needed to see exactly how he did it and how he put it together for that evidence to be validated in court. They stupid. They literally fabricated evidence for a secret grand jury. And here's where we at today. Having Ann Taylor nice and polite with a smile on her face, not being bothered at all, because she knows she got him right here. She knows she have the prosecution on the palm of her hands. She knows she got the judge on the palm of his hand. And it's up to them to come forward with justice. Because she gonna pull every legal loophole she got available to make sure she proves to the court the inconsistencies of not just the prosecution, which is being a malicious prosecution. That motion to dismiss for malicious prosecution got denied. Soon as that happened, now she's focused on proof you, not just the viewer, but proving court that these dismissals, like Ann Taylor is not gonna put a motion to waste her fucking time. This is what she's telling you. With what you're about to witness, this is Ann Taylor telling not just the judge, but the prosecution and the rest of the world, I'm not gonna put a motion to dismiss. And I'm not gonna have the judge denying the shit without me proving to the judge that he fucked up. Because then now I'm gonna embarrass the judge. I'm gonna embarrass the prosecutor. Guess what? You could have left this shit alone. You stupid. Yeah, corrupt from the floor up, Joanne. They stupid. Listen, when Ann Taylor put the motion to dismiss the grand indictment, and when she put the motion for malicious prosecution, if the judge would allow the hearing for her to prove her point, this is gonna be, it would have been done and over with long time ago. The judge denied it without hearing her, and then now her tactic is, with all this discovery and motions to compel, now her tactic is proving the judge that you was wrong. Now she's proven the judge on his face that he was wrong for denying a motion to dismiss for malicious prosecution and the grand indictment. She wanted the grand indictment to get dismissed because she put it together. If the judge would have heard her, he would have to be forced to dismiss a long time ago. But no, the judge play ball, right? He trust the prosecution, right? So now you made Ann Taylor lose emotion. Remember, motions count. For lawyer, when you lose emotion, that's a disrespect. Because if they know that they put a motion that the judge was supposed to look into and give the respect to that motion, for them to win that motion and have that on the record, when you deny that motion, and in the way you deny that motion, that's a pure disrespect for Ann Taylor. So when the judge denied the malicious prosecution dismissal and the grand indictment dismissal due to the lack of evidence and fabricated evidence, because she made it very clear. She made it very clear on that dismissal to the judge that that was fabricated information. She made it very clear. The judge didn't want to hear that shit. So guess what? Now we're here. You suppress and make private those hearings. I told you why. And then you cancel those hearings. Because you knew Ann Taylor was about to give it to you. But then now, out of a sudden, now we're here. The witness for the prosecution couldn't be an excuse that he couldn't be present in those days that they pick and choose what they did. Oh, can you be here in the early day? Yeah, he couldn't say no. So Ann Taylor, here we are. Ann Taylor said it's going to be a little choppy, but this is the best that we got. Now Ann Taylor is bringing to the judge the person that fabricated the evidence against Kohberger for the grand jury. Because then now that we got the PCA out the way, thanks to Bill Thompson, we got IGG and PCA the fuck out the way. The same things that got Kohberger arrested. So now Kohberger is on hold for the indictment. Fabricated PCA, fabricated IGG, you got Kohberger locked up. Now Ann Taylor got the IGG and the PCA the fuck out the way because the prosecution misbehavior. And I repeat, Ann Taylor just point out of the obvious. And due to the prosecution misbehavior, the IGG ain't shit because the FBI told them don't use it. This is good for nothing. Don't use it. You still used it. So now the IGG is out the way and you don't have the FBI backup for shit. The PCA, when you said that Bryan Kohberger is a fact that never harassed, no stock the victims, that PCA became shit, because that PCA got together and got put together with the illusion and the fantasy that whoever killed these victims was stalking the victims. And the PCA, everything and the PCA rely on Kohberger stalking the victims for the rest of the PCA becoming a situation and become a reality. As soon as Bill Thompson said in court that it's a fact, Kohberger never stalked the victims, the whole PCA went shit. That's why Bill Thompson had to recognize that the PCA ain't shit right now. They needed to have Kohberger let go. As soon as Bill Thompson said that, the same day he said that out his mouth, they were supposed to let Kohberger go. But now Kohberger is on hold because the secret grand indictment. And here we are today talking about the secret grand indictment getting exposed, because now we have an Ann Taylor having a prosecution witness in front of the judge that denied this motion, while Ann Taylor is telling them that they fabricated evidence to get a grand indictment to come back. Now in this hearing, she had the same person that fabricated the cast to have Kohberger locked up right now. They went through steps. Okay, we got a PCA and we got an IGG. We got our man, right? Now the IGG ain't shit, the PCA ain't shit, but now they make sure that they did the next step. It was fabricate evidence to have a secret indictment to come back, picking the judge, picking the detective that was about to put the information together, putting the jury together. Everything is manipulated by the prosecution. And now we haven't understand the same detective that puts the cast together confirmed to the court that the evidence used for the secret grand indictment was fabricated and the log was deleted. They utilized information available within the investigation, put it together on the cast program, make it look like Kohberger is the guy, and then you delete the session, when you should have known that you needed to have that session available for Ann Taylor, her team, the judge, and the prosecution. This is why when Bill Thompson was lying in court saying that, well, we've been requesting the cash from the FBI, they say they don't have it. I believe him. I believe him. I believe him. Because the FBI didn't put that cast together. The cast that was put together for the grand jury was manipulated by the detective from Moscow PD that did not have nothing to do with the investigation. This is a random detective used to put together information requested by the prosecution, Bill Thompson, to make it look like what they wanted to look like, to suffice the intentions and the intent that they have to keep Kohberger locked up. Because now they know the PCA ain't shit, the IGG ain't shit, all these other shit, videos, whatever they have ain't shit. They would have to let Kohberger walk either free, on freedom and liberty, because they don't have no evidence at that moment of that hearing, or they would have to give Kohberger bail due to the lack of evidence. Hey, judge, okay, you want to keep Kohberger in the system? Okay, give him bail, because it's fair that if the state right now, as we speak, don't have nothing concrete, they will say that Kohberger did this. We're going to give the prosecution the benefit of the doubt, giving time to gather their information. And while they doing that, I would suggest and advise that Kohberger get a bail. He has to stay within the territory with some rules and regulations. but he'll be free somewhere in the area, in the protected area, but he will be free until the prosecution get the game on, and then she would have put a motion for dismissal, because then now the Kohberger is outside. Now things are gonna move quicker, and she's gonna put a motion for dismissal after a certain time, giving time the prosecution to get their shit together. And if they wouldn't got their shit together after Kohberger got bail, they wouldn't put their shit together within 3 months, dismissal. They would have looked stupid as soon as Kohberger got bail, if he would have got bail, because I believe he would have got dismissed. Because if you don't have no evidence, like they don't have no evidence right now, guys. They don't have no evidence right now at all. So they wouldn't have no evidence back there a year ago. They would have to let him go. But let's analyze what's going on here, and I'll give you my pointers about this case. But here we are. This is where the grand indictment gets exposed, having this random detective to put fabricated information for the grand jury. And he gonna admit in court that he put it together and delete the session. Just that by itself makes that evidence presented to the grand jury dismissible. This shit crazy, dog. Everybody was saying like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. What you mean? It's right there in your face. Can you see what the fuck is going on? Let's continue.
Thompson, Ms. Giddings? Okay, great. Detective Mowry, line up. You face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat there. Once you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Lawrence Mowry, Mowry.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. Will you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Moscow Police Department.
What is your role there?
I am a detective.
How long have you worked for Moscow Police Department?
I've worked with Moscow for over 5 years.
Have you been a detective that entire time?
I have.
And prior to that, did you have law enforcement experience?
I do.
How many years total?
Yeah, I'm 14.
Detective Mowry, did you take part in the investigation into the homicides on King Road?
Yes,
And what was your role?
a lot of different things. How to answer that.
So he said that he took part in the investigation. Okay. Because she asked very clear, do you have anything to do with the investigation? So here's the problem that I have with that. If he have more experience as a detective than Brett Payne, why Brett Payne, he was the lead investigator. And again, you hear when knowing that Brett Payne was the lead investigator, soon as he told Ann Taylor that yes, that he took part within the investigation, which I believe that was a cap. And you know how I believe that was a cap? Because when Ann Taylor asked him what was your role within the investigation, he would be able to explain to her exactly what was his role within the investigation. But he said like, oh, but a whole bunch of many things. That should not suffice the question. That was your first stumble in court. When Ann Taylor asked you what was your role within this investigation, you were supposed to be very precise and within detail and speak like you was involved in that investigation and you would actually assess the question a little bit better than just say like, well, I was doing a whole bunch of things. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I can ask you about a couple of roles maybe.
Sure.
Do you do any work with cell phones and cell towers?
I have taken training for cell phone analysis.
Was that one of the roles that you played in this investigation? All right. And the other area that I'd like to talk to you about is the collection of videotape evidence or surveillance evidence from around the community. What was your role in that?
So we gathered a lot of data, a lot of USBs, hard drives that came in. Time. At one point, all of that was given to me so that I could copy it over to a server. So we have it stored and backed up.
Did you inventory it at that time as you got it in, I guess?
No, I have to say inventory. I used the evidence technician to help me book them individually at the time. Right, so the industry had the
Wrong. That's not the answer for that question. The question is, Mr. Detective, did you have an inventory of the gathering of evidence? Did you log all that evidence? You just told me, okay, me being Ann Taylor, you just told me that you was gathering the footage from the databases and the cameras and all this other shit, right? So while you doing that, you're supposed to have a log of inventory, the when, the dates, from where you got it, and all this other information as you gathering the information. It's not like, oh yeah, but I give it to a technician and all this other shit. Shut the fuck up. That's not what we asking you. We asking you if you did the inventory of this evidence. You stutter and presented a second option with an engineer, da 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 da. No, the question is if it's you, because you are the one gathering the evidence, right? So if you gathering the evidence, you is mandatory from you to have a log of when, how, and all details of what kind of evidence you gather from this place and all this at what time and all this other shit. In an investigation, you have to report everything within detail to show you work, to show what you did, when you did it, how you did it. You have to love your work. To then whatever results comes out of that work is backed up for the protocol that you put in place for you to have this evidence. This is why you can't just fabricate in evidence. You can't just come up with evidence. You have to, for you to come with evidence, you have to have the log of how you went about business. Let's continue.
the name of it on it. I would label the folder of what it was and that came from it.
Did you have any role in verifying the content of the surveillance?
No.
I'm going to have a few questions about that, but I want to talk a little bit more about your role with cell phones and cell towers. So let's start there.
So now that we have the confirmation, because remember, Bill Thompson just gave Ann Taylor a chunk of video with no sound. Bill Thompson gave a chunk of video manipulated already to Ann Taylor and her team, that it comes from this person, they was gathered from this person that is on the podium right now as a state prosecution witness. Because I want you to remember, this is a state prosecution witness. This is not a defense witness. This is a state prosecution witness. This is one of the people that now we understand that he had a certain role within the investigation from the beginning of the case. Now we understand that because we're watching this right now. You know, I didn't want to really give a look without y'all. I wanted to come here and be fresh, so like that we all have the same mentality. Y'all probably have seen this session a little better than me. I did a little oversight, but it's good to know that this guy alleged, because again, I still believe that the role of this guy was really not that relevant. Because if he was that relevant, he would be speaking and talking with a little bit more in detail and with a little more of a tone on his voice. Because right now he sounds like he's hiding something. He sounds like he's scared of being there. He sounds like he's scared of saying what he's about to say. Oh, and remember, I want you to remember, every time it's a tough question in court, it's always a Bill Thompson. I don't know if y'all seen that. If it's not Bill Thompson, is the lady in the prosecution. Every time it's a certain situation that is happening in court, they like and they call their attention, and that's the signal to stop or be careful what you're saying. I want to keep that analogy. So this officer, he said that he put together not just the cast cell phone data for the grand jury, but this is the same officer that gathered the footages that allegedly, right? That's what he said. That he gathered the footages of the car, right? So if he gathered the footages of the car, right? Now Ann Taylor just having a little piece of the footage of the car. Now she's confirming in court that is more, that Bill Thompson has more than what she have, and he's holding it. This is what she's doing. She's literally smashing on their faces that all this shit that y'all doing is some bullshit. Y'all want to deny my emotions. Y'all want to act like, oh, everything is good. But then now I'm putting state witnesses on the stand and they crumbling. Let's continue.
Okay. What training do you have for that role?
So some time ago, I went through what they say PATC training, which is cellular analysis, and I've also taken classes for the CAS codes.
The cellular analysis, is that particular to the device itself, the cell phone device?
No.
That is particular to towers?
To the towers and the providers themselves.
When did you take that training?
Well, the CAS, I believe it was in 2019, and then I also did it again last year.
And the CAS that you took in 2019, that was the Indicac, is that right?
That was phenomenal again.
And the CAS that you took last year was October of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the actual CAS training.
They were both done by actual CAS members. I'm not.
She literally just told you that you actually, the real CAS training that you have, you just have knowledge of it in 2023. Wow. Let me play that back.
Particular to the device itself, the cell phone device?
No.
That is particular to towers?
To the towers and the providers themselves.
When did you take that training?
Well, the CAS, I believe it was in 2019, and then I also did it again last year.
And the CAS that you took in 2019, that was the Indicac, is that right?
That was phenomenal again.
And the CAS that you took last year was October of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the actual CAS training.
They were both done by actual CAS.
She just exposed that he actually, the CAS training, actually he's mentioning the 2019, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant because the training that he got, it was just about towers. It was about towers and devices of the tower signal services and stuff. But then the CAS, how to put a CAS together, is using the information of the tower and using the information of the particular cell phone in question. That training. He got that training after the murders happened. After. So this guy really don't have hours of training or hours of experience putting a cast together. This is how we just confirm that the cast was never done by the FBI. It was all a lie and it's coming out in court. Moscow PD created their own cast for this case. So when all these other content creators tell you, oh, FBI cast, the FBI cast, no, it was Moscow PD cast with FBI trainees using the FBI technique that is trained by the FBI for you to do. That do not mean the FBI took it upon them to put the cast together, to put the evidence together, to get the results of that cast. Now we're talking about that this is a Moscow PD detective with no experience whatsoever, putting a cast together that they give and render a preliminary of that cast, but they don't have the work. They give you the results of the cast, but you don't have how you put that cast together. What the fuck? Wow, this case is over. This case been over a long time ago.
Cast members. I'm not sure if one was sponsored by the other, but they were both owned by FBI cast members.
And Your Honor, if I can approach.
Yes, thank you.
Detective Mowry, I'm putting in front of you what's labeled as Defendant's Exhibit O, and those are 2 certificates for training. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. The one that's from 2019, what did that cover?
that covered the use of the cast goods software.
And what did the one in 2023 cover?
The same.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defendant's O.
The objection?
No objection.
Okay, those are exhibit, oh, no objection. Thank you.
So that means that he had the same training that he got in 2019. It was the same training he got in the 2023. Oh my God. And Taylor is baiting him. He baiting the fuck out of him. And prosecution didn't stand up and the prosecution didn't stand up and object. So when she entered, did the first training, it was the same that the second training. That means that this just bullshit. Because the training that he got, it was just to how to use the CAS system and stuff like that. Like how to use the program. But then the knowledge that you need to understand the evidence and how to enter the evidence in the program, that's a whole different story. You could learn how to use a program, but not necessarily means that you know how to log the information. That don't mean that you know what information you need to put there or how to analyze the information that you're gonna put in the system to get results. You just know how to use the system CAS, the CAS. That's it. You know how to use the program. That don't mean that you don't know how to identify evidence and make sure that that evidence comes back accordingly. Like that don't mean that. So Ann Taylor just said here very clear and put on court records that the same training that you got in 2019, it was the same training that you got in 2023. Bullshit ass training just to get familiated with the CAS program. Wow, these guys don't have no experience and they put him to do a CAS and then blame the FBI and say the FBI has the CAS and no, saying that the FBI told him no, we don't have it. Of course they don't have it. And Bill Thompson know they don't have it. He's lying in court. All along, Moscow PD was the ones doing it all. All along, Moscow PD was the ones that did the cast. But they did a cast, fabricated a cast, and then delete the log. And then the same way, whenever Bill Thompson requested this guy to put another cast together for the secret grand indictment, he went and created a result from the cast program, but then deleted how he got to those conclusions. He deleted the work that he put in to get to those conclusions. He deleted that shit, which that makes whatever evidence or whatever result he got out of the cast, it makes it not valid in court. Because you have to show the not just the prosecution, you have to show the court, and you have to show Ann Taylor how you put it together, how you went about business, how we have this result. You didn't do that. You just put it together and didn't give a fuck. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Detective Mallory, how many total hours do those certificates represent of cast training?
I apologize, I didn't look, it was a week long, it was actually a couple of days each time. 2 days a piece of please, you this, but.
Wow. I want to hit that again.
Exhibit.
Wow.
No objection. Thank you.
Detective Mallory, how many total hours do those certificates represent of cast training?
I apologize, I didn't look, it was a week long, it was actually a couple of days each time. 2 days a piece of please, you this, but.
Week long, couple of days at a time.
So 2019 shows 24 hours, 2023 says 16 hours.
This guy don't have no fucking experience at all whatsoever with that cast system. This guy don't have no experience at all whatsoever with this cast system, this cast program. He said, what, 24 hours and then 16 hours? Are you fucking serious?
So 2019 shows 24 hours.
24 hours in 2019.
2023 says 16 hours.
And then 16 hours in 2023. Wow. That's like 48 hours, like 24 and 14 hours. Like, damn. That's what, 38 hours? Nah. Yeah, 38. Wow.
So 2019 shows 24 hours. 2023 says 16 hours.
16. Wow, that's crazy. Wow, that's like 40 hours. Wow. This guy did not have no experience at all whatsoever. Like he knew how to use the program, but he don't have the capacity to understand or what kind of information, what kind of evidence he needs to actually put it through the system. Wow, this shit shady as fuck. This shit crazy.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Detective, you've written some reports in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about two particular reports right now. One is from May the 5th of 2023. Do you recall that report, or should I bring a copy of that to you?
If you will add it up.
I can definitely do that.
Shit crazy.
You can show it to Ms. Jennings.
We have a jury next door,
Okay.
just so you know, that's all about.
Detective Mallory, does that appear to be your report from May 5th of 2023?
Yes.
And your order would move for admission of defendants P,
That's P,
like Paul?
all right? Any objection?
Hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Exhibit P is admitted, no objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mallory, I do not have a police report for the other one that I want to talk about today. It's one that I received via email today that was written just within the last few days by you, probably. Do you know what report I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I want to understand is we're talking about documents or records or logs that can be created by a cast.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Exhibit P is admitted, no objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mallory, I do not have a police report for the other one that I want to talk about today. It's one that I received via email today that was written just within the last few days by you, probably.
So he wrote a police report about the case few days before they were in court. So after a whole year, he wrote a report to make himself look good in court, to suffice the intention. Wow, shady. This is the shady room, right? That courtroom right there is the shady room right there.
You know what report I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I want to understand is we're talking about documents or records or logs that can be created by a cast viz program. The report that you wrote that I received today, when did you learn about those documents that exist according to that report?
The session that I found from yesterday.
Why did you come to find them yesterday?
It's preparing for the jury.
Okay. And those are things that existed for quite some time, is that correct?
They did.
So we just had confirmation of the lack of initiative of the PD and prosecution to get shit right. This is shit that had been lingering for a whole year, and you just make the report a few days before this court date to make yourself look good. Wow. Just why content creators are not talking about that? Why true crime content creators not talking about, like, how come that after a whole year now Moscow PD and detectives that it had to do with the case, now they rendering reports, now they rendering and pinpointing all the things that were not talked about until now. the reports of those things now are coming out after a whole year. Are you fucking serious? Why content creators are not talking about this?
That exist according to that report.
The session logs that I found were from yesterday.
And exists for a whole year, but they heard about it before the. What a shame. What a shame for Moscow PD. What a shame for prosecution. What a shame for the court. Look at Judge looking at Ann Taylor like this motherfucker is a goofy. Look at his face. Look at Judge face. Look at Judge face. How she's looking at Ann Taylor like this motherfucker is a goofy. That's what I believe. Look at his face. Thank you, Amy Conway. Thank you. Yeah, I know the judge is gonna tell him to raise his voice and stuff like that, but he's talking like he's scared. Um, but look at the judge. He's looking at Ann Taylor when he heard what the guy had to say. He looked at Ann Taylor like, dude, this dude is a goofy. Are you fucking? This is what we got a year later.
Why did you come to find them yesterday?
I was preparing for this hearing.
Okay. And those are things that existed for quite some time, is that correct?
They did.
And when you wrote about your work with CastBiz in May of 2023, did you document those items?
No.
Tell me what you found when you were preparing for the motion to compel today.
I found session logs that were sent to me from the FBI.
All right. And in those session logs, how many files were there?
I don't remember. I think there were 6 or 7 different items inside.
Did you look at the CastBiz 48-hour file?
I don't remember if I did. It was on the reception.
Did you look?
How you don't remember if you look at my face? How you don't remember if you look at the 48-hour report? How come that you don't remember if you did or if you don't or if you didn't? The judge, look at the judge. Look at his face. Look at the judge face. He's like, uh-oh. Soon as the judge heard that, what you mean you don't remember? What the fuck? Look at the judge face. He's like, what the fuck we doing here?
Got it yesterday in preparation for this hearing.
I attempted to.
All right. And how about the CastBiz full log?
I attempted to yesterday.
I noticed in your report that there were several items that you listed. Were those from these CastBiz logs that you attempted to look at yesterday?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to, you need to speak up a little bit, or just telling me to pick up a little bit.
There were some files that were in the session logs, there were other files that were not.
Well, let's start with the 48-hour. What was contained in there?
There's over 48 hours that was the AT&T records, the original records, and there's a 48-hour session log.
Let's go with the session log. What was in there?
Appeared to be the AT&T records that possibly were inputted, as well as some JSON files that were probably produced by CastBiz.
JSON files were produced by CastBiz. Is that right?
I would assume that. I didn't create those files.
What date were they created?
I believe one was in December. The other was in April.
December of what year?
22,
And April of what year?
23.
Could you tell who created those?
I could not.
How did you?
So that means that we're gonna have an unknown name putting evidence together. Why? Because it's the FBI. It don't matter if it's FBI, but you Moscow PD, you supposed to know with who you dealing with. You supposed to know the name and ranked and which agency you get your information from. You have to. You have to identify the source of from where you get your information. It don't matter if it's from the FBI or not. You still have to have a name. You still have to have a person. Because what? The AI could have put it together. AI could have put the information together. I repeat, AI could have put that evidence together. But that don't mean that information is right. That means the information was created by request by the user. Because again, if the FBI did it and you getting reports from the FBI, you getting logs from the FBI, you have to have a name. You have to have a rank. We need to know what's the training of these people putting this shit together. We need to make sure that this information has credibility. How right now, as we speak, when you said to the court, when you say in court on record, you don't have no idea who put this shit together, that automatically it doesn't validate at all whatsoever whatever information or evidence that you utilize to put in the system. You have to have a name. You have to have you have to have someone, male, female, who the fuck put this shit together. This shit crazy.
Get those
I was provided those via email.
by who?
I made balance of the FBI.
What did you do with those?
Gave them as soon as I realized they were in my possession. I had contacted the prosecutor and gave them.
And that would be just yesterday, is that correct?
Yes,
What did you do with them prior to that time?
they were sent to me. I put them in a folder and I didn't do anything else with them. That's why I forgot them.
Okay, and that was the 48-hour file?
48-hour session log, yes.
How about the full file? What was contained in there?
Similar items to the 48.
What is the full file?
I believe that was the second AT&T return that we got via warrant. I wasn't able to open it to verify it.
That brings up a question for clarification. When you say second warrant return, are you talking about something that relates to Bryan Kohberger?
Yes, there was 2 warrants that were originally written. One that covered a 48-hour period for the cell phone number, and there was one that was later done for a longer period of time.
And those are what you're referring to as the warrants 1 and warrant 2?
Correct. One for 48 and one for the longer period.
In the report that I just received today, there was reference to a loped bar file. What's that?
It is a file that I received from Agent Balance.
When did you receive that?
Honestly, the modification or the email, I honestly don't remember. Unfortunately, it was yesterday and I didn't throw this stuff together. So,
Okay. So that was one that you just found yesterday?
yes,
Okay. Did you open that?
I don't recall opening it. But I did, I don't recall doing it.
How about the CDR.S.XLSX file? Was that, and CDR, what does that stand for?
All detail records.
Did you open that?
I don't remember if I did not.
Did you open it yesterday?
I don't remember. I was looking for it. Once I found them, I was trying to figure out how they came into my presence or in my possession. That's where I started.
Okay. How about the export.kmz file? When did you find?
I agree with you, Joanne. I agree with you. I think this detective, if you ask me, was supposed to have, because remember, allegedly, okay, because for what he's saying, what he's putting here, well, not allegedly, for what he's saying here in this court, he has more experience as a detective than Brett Payne. So why didn't, and it seems this guy got a footage of the car, cell phone data. So now what we saying is the person that got Kohberger locked up behind bars is this guy, not Brett Payne. This is the guy behind behind the fabrication that they put together to make Kohberger look like he's the guy. This is the master manipulator of evidence behind this whole case. This guy right now, right here, picking his nose in the middle of the court, so you could tell that he's nervous. He is the responsible for Bryan Kohberger being locked up right now. He's the one that put the evidence together to have the probable cause for an arrest. This guy, not Brett Payne, this guy. And I appreciate Ann Taylor recognizing who's the problem and bring him up right there and then from Front Street. He's on Front Street right now. Because this is the guy that fabricated the information that she knows is fabricated. And she brought him on the first session of motion of compel. So now, because this guy was compelled to be in court, now all these other shit, reports and information comes to the light days before this hearing. So if Ann Taylor wouldn't put him on the, if Ann Taylor wouldn't put him on the stand, that information and those reports would have not got rendered out of not giving a fuck, out of knowing that all this shit is a fabrication. Because if this case had any validation or any common sense, this detective wouldn't be talking like this kid that knows that he's in trouble, picking his nose because he's nervous. Can't even speak, can't even get a word out. The judge has to tell me, hey, can you speak a little louder? You know, the cops, when they talk to you, I bet you this is one of those cops, the egocentric cops, that while he's investigating out there, he's yelling at people. No, you did it. Da, 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 da. But then here in court, he's this little. But you got the balls to fabricate and manipulate information to make it look like Kohberger is the guy. And now you here in court right now picking boogers out your nose and scared to talk, while Ann Taylor has a smile on her face. And Judge is looking at you like you a goofy. And if this is the best of the best, if this is the guy that put the information together to have Kohberger in court right now, and he's looking like this, shakety shaky, Bill Thompson head down, not even paying attention, the other ladies on the computer like she's on IG or X, she probably on YouTube watching my show. But look at the judge looking at this guy while he's picking his nose in court, disrespecting the court. Why you picking your boogers in court? Joanne, it's like you say, so they had information for 2 years and never opened it, or didn't they knew all along that and bury it. Joanne, this is the exoneration process. They know they cannot hide this shit. Listen, whatever they had, it didn't have nothing to do with Kohberger's guilt. This is the whole process of exoneration taking place. And due to they cannot hide it, they cannot bury it. They can, it's there. It is there. If you have Ann Taylor looking into it, Ann Taylor detectives looking into it, and they found this information, woo, he's gonna be a whole different shit. But then now that you compel to come to court, now you forced to do your reports. Now you forced to show. And it was true what you were saying, Joanne. The judge was looking different with Ann Taylor. Yeah, this is what I believe. This is what I believe that the judge is listening. Just seemed really different with Ann Taylor yesterday. Yes, the judge is way different. I believe he's been paying attention because we already call him on his bullshit being biased. He cannot have that. If he's a real judge that understand that you could move the balance to a certain place, but then you have to come to your senses and do your job if you don't want to be part of the fuckery. So if you're not part of the fuckery, you don't have nothing to do with what's going on, and you're not guilty of being behind the scenes, helping the prosecution to get away with shit. This is what we have now, a judge that actually is more in tune and realize that he's being watched. We are watching the process. We have a voice, we have an opinion, we have an understanding of how you acting, and we will call it how we see it. So this is why we have a judge with a whole total different attitude towards Ann Taylor, canceling the two private hearings after we literally put it all out of the reasons why. The reasons why, because they don't want to lead the fuck up. And Taylor was about to literally let him have it, because then now she don't have the cameras to worry about what's the look like. Now it's just her, the judge, prosecution, and whoever else is in there. It's showtime. They didn't want that smoke. They didn't want that smoke. And I believe the prosecution has something to do with postponing the hearings, because guess what? This hearing right here, the day before this hearing, the guy ran the report because he knew he had to be in court. And then some other evidence and shit, which I know is exculpatory, came out, but it's because this guy was forced to be in court. This is some bullshit. Oh, I was hearing. This information is all exculpatory too. Yes, 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 Joanne. They couldn't hold it. They couldn't ignore this because it's coming out, and Taylor is forcing everything to come out. She know who did it. She know how they did it. Okay. She did her work. Listen, Jrod Point didn't have nothing to do with that. Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, straightforward. This is all Ann Taylor's work. I just send emails. I don't get no replies, but as long as I know I send the email to the right place and it's being looked at, I'm cool. You don't have to reply back. She know if she needs me, she know how to reach out to me. So this is all Ann Taylor's work. I'm just rendering reports through emails. That's it. You do what you need to do. I'm just letting you know what I know. As long as Ann Taylor knows what I know, I'm good. I'm good. She don't even have to reply back at all whatsoever. Yeah, the judge is looking concerned because he know this is some bullshit. The judge is like, y'all motherfuckers got me getting cooked out here by Jrod. And these motherfucker funny though, but he's telling me the truth while being funny. And he an asshole. He's not scared to call me a little bitch. And wear your pants up, like pull your pants up. What the fuck you doing? How you letting the prosecution roll all over you while we watching you? While we know you the head honcho in court, you letting prosecution run all over you. Who the fuck is the man, Judge? Judge, who the fuck is the man? You, bro. You. You the one that you the one ruling the law here in this room. You. Fuck Bill Thompson. Fuck Bill Thompson. Who the fuck is him? Just cause he got a white beard, he looked like Santa Claus, and he been for 30 years being a DA and shit like that don't mean that this motherfucker could just come to your courthouse and do whatever the fuck he wants. Yeah, I'm instigating the judge. I know. I know. Fuck it. He know I'm instigating him. But he know he's the boss in that courthouse. That everything that he knows, it indicates him that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. I could see it on his face. He has seen the reports that we haven't seen. He have heard the transcript. He has seen evidence. The judge by now looks concerned because this shit is falling and crumbling right in front of their faces. That's what the fuck is going on. They know they don't have a case, and little by little shit, he just fucking smacking them in the face. Like, listen, I can't even. The judge is like, I can't even hold my face straight. The judge is like, yo, I can't even hold my face straight because every time this motherfucker says something, he cringe. He's like, this motherfucker, shut the fuck up. It's like every time this witness say something stupid, you see the judge looking at Ann Taylor like get this motherfucker out of here.
Find that file.
I had found that one yesterday,
Do you know when that came into your possession?
some time ago.
Did you open that?
I believe I did on my laptop.
What did that show you?
It showed me different locations and so forth on a map.
Joanne, this evidence that he just got show him different other locations of where Bryan Kohberger was. Oh, I need to play that back. Oh, this is some bullshit.
CDR, what does that stand for?
All detail records.
Did you open that?
I don't remember if I did not.
Did you open it yesterday?
I don't remember. I was looking for it. Once I found them, I was trying to figure out how they came into my presence or in my possession. That's where I started to focus.
Okay. How about the export.kmz file? When did you find that file?
I had found that one yesterday,
Do you know when that came into your possession?
some time ago.
Did you open that?
I believe I did on my laptop.
What did that show you?
After a whole fucking year, almost 2 years, he dared to say it some time ago. So that means that he was forced to bring this shit out. So after 2 years, a year and a half, wow, they've been putting shit in the back burner because they know if they come to the light with whatever is actually left, it will exonerate Kohberger. Wow. So now they have to show that the same tactics that they use against Kohberger, they use against the inner circle to exclude the inner circle in a week or for a week. This is why we know the inner circle never got investigated. Jack Decor, Maddie's boyfriend, Show Walker, uh, Ethan's brother and sister, Dylan, Bethany. So this is tells me if they didn't investigate the inner circle in the same way they investigated Kohberger, that means that yes, indeed, authorities were forced into look away from the students of the University of Idaho as suspects immediately with face value, conducted interviews, and that's it. And just because an interview, you took whatever they told you without any kind of investigation, not from not cell phone data from not. So this is mean that the Moscow PD turned a blind eye, forced by the University of Idaho and Mr. Green. They turned a blind eye towards the students of the University of Idaho, and they immediately started fabricated a narrative that it would stick to someone else. They knew that they had options. Okay, we do know for a fact we had a white Elantra. Who had a white Elantra? Jack Decor is on his dad's name. We already know that for a fact. So you're gonna tell me that Jack Decor had a white Elantra and you never thought that he could be the killer with his friends? You never thought that Jack Decor could be the killer with his friends and Maddie's boyfriend? You really swear to God and you believe that Maddie's boyfriend and Jack Decor couldn't be the killers? When everything, even my own investigation, was pointing at them and it was shared with the Moscow PD department. You're gonna tell me that you knew that Jack Decor had a white Elantra, and knowing that he had a white Elantra, and the alleged killer had a white Elantra and flee the scene on the white Elantra, but you did not investigate Jack Decor? Just explain that to me. He gave you a alibi. Oh, I was sleeping, and you said that Bryan Kohberger alibi is stupid. But you're gonna tell me that Jack Decor was sleeping right next door the crime scene, while he has a dog next door, and no one went and kicked his door down to let him know what happened to Kiely? Then no one kicked the door down to let him know and wake him up like, yo, come and get to dog. Your ex-girlfriend is dead. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? You're not gonna tell me that. You're not gonna tell me you were sleeping right next door to the crime scene. You have a dog there. This is the last time that Kiely's gonna be around before she leave and start her new life. She's telling you, well, if you're gonna be a bitch like him, if you're gonna be a bitch like this for Murphy, so come and get the dog. Come and get the fucking dog. Then right soon as she told you, like, come and get the dog. Oh, this bitch is telling me to come and get the dog. She really didn't love me. I'm a killer. That's what happened. That's what happened, Jack. Soon as you realize that she didn't give a fuck about you and she didn't give a fuck about the dog neither. Here, come and get the fucking dog. Leave me the fuck alone. And that was the only thing and excuse that you have to be around her. Soon as she told you, leave me the fuck alone. Here, come get the fucking dog. That's when you flipped the fuck out and decided to kill her. Because then now she not just not giving a fuck about you, but not giving a fuck about the dog neither. And she gonna leave forever. And she, okay, here, I'm getting rid of you, getting rid of the dog. Leave me the fuck alone. And then also, you get to know through Adam, whatever through guilty conscience, because obviously it seems that Kiely was a good girl and she didn't really want her to leave without, when I mean good girl, that she had a guilty conscience. And she literally shared with Adam whatever secret cost her life, added to Sherry on top of all this other shit y'all been going through for years. I do my homework. I did tell Moscow PD Jack did it with his friends. I did tell Moscow PD that. I did that. I told him, I told him the motives, I told him timeline. I shared with Moscow PD everything that I knew that I know for a fact would resolve this murder case 2 weeks after it happened. Because I spoke with Moscow PD 2 weeks after it happened. In 2 weeks, I already knew the bottom line of this case. Just imagine all this other shit that I've been knowing for the past year. That's why I don't have no fucking patience for content creators that want to fucking act like they motherfucking know anything. Because obviously, if you knew anything, you wouldn't be talking stupid, you idiot.
It showed me different locations and so forth on a map.
Those three files that we just talked about, along with the CastViz 48 and the CastViz full, are those copied so that I can have those now?
Yes.
And you referred to emails. How many emails did you find when you were preparing for this hearing?
There was 5?
Are those included for me to have now as well?
Yes.
Thank you. In the report that I received today, there was a reference to drawings.json file. What's that?
It was a JSON file that was inside the CastViz session.
What does that depict?
It's just data that CastViz would use, I'm guessing, to replot something on the map to actually show locations or other things.
Did you do anything with that file when you found it yesterday?
I did open that file, yes.
Okay. What did that show you when you opened it?
There were references to 2 locations inside.
When you open it,
He said that was the records of 2 locations inside. What you thinking? What you thinking when you hear what he just said? That it was references to 2 different other locations. Where what? Where Bryan Kohberger was, two different other locations that Bryan Kohberger was. The hitting was nowhere around Moscow PD. That's what we talking about. Is that's what we are talking about. This is some bullshit.
Does it just say here's two references, or what does it show you when you open it?
It's different code, but there is some plain language or plain English, plain text inside of that code that show two addresses.
Did you use that file? Well, let me ask this first. That file that contains code,
And Taylor is all excited and shit, like she got 100,000 questions, but she's like, hold on. Chill. You got him. You got him already. You already know you got him. Chill out. You already know. Chill out. And you already know you got this. And you already know you got this. Relax. Keep the smile on the face. Look like a queen. Just do what you do. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Have your question.
do you use that with the cast biz program?
I
Look at the judge. So then she asked that she asked that question. The judge was like, "You see how fast the judge looked at him? Look at shit. Look at this shit."
decided
Those three files that,
this session.
what does that depict?
It's just data that a guess is would use, I'm guessing, to replot something on the map to actually show locations or other things.
So this is information that the casters had that it shows all the locations and other information. Wow.
Did you do anything with that file when you found it yesterday?
I did open that file, yes.
Okay. What did that show you when you opened it?
There were references to two locations inside.
It was referenced to two locations inside. Guys, remember this. It was records of two locations inside. And this is within reference to Bryan Kohberger. Keep that in mind.
When you open it, does it just say here's two references, or what does it show you when you open it?
It's different code, but there is some plain language or plain English, plain text inside of that code that show two addresses.
Did you use that file? Well, let me ask this first.
She wanna be like, did you use those files to put it into the cast that you created in the computer? Yes or no? Because I think if you would have done it, would have showed you that it was no way in hell that Kohberger had anything to do with this shit, right? Right. This is what we're talking about.
That file that contains code, do you use that with the cast biz program?
I attempted to load the session file as it in it.
Listen, I want everyone to understand. You see how many people we got watching? You know how many people we got? Almost 20 people watching, and we only have Joanne and Amy Conway on the chat. You're gonna swear to God that the judge is not watching right now? Hi, Judge. You got this, bro. You got this. You got this, bro. You got this. Yes, you do. You got this. Listen, I'm starting to believe in you again, bro. You're gonna swear to God that we only had two people on the chat. Queens of the chat. Super moderators and very close to my heart moderators. Thank you so much for being here. Very appreciated. Thank you so much to have it both for y'all here. We got almost 20 people watching. You're gonna tell me there is not a chance there that Ann Taylor, Bill Thompson, and they're all gathering just watching my show. I mean, not saying they gathering in the same place, but they definitely wherever they at, watching what I'm talking about. Same with Brett Payne and all these other people that knows my channel, that knows where I'm at to look at whatever I'm talking about, that it knows that I know what's going on within their case, like they know that I know what's going on within their case. This is the difference. This is the joy that I get when you see. This is the same joy that other content creators would have if they would do their homework, and not just that, but share their homework with the powers to be. Share your homework with Ann Taylor. Share your homework even with Bill Thompson if you have to, just to hit him upside the head. Like, I know, right? That's why you're looking down right now. You know that. Hold on. I know, right? Hit him right on the head. I know, right? I haven't said nothing to the judge. No. But that'll be my last resort. Because Moscow already know. Moscow PD knows everything I know. And Taylor knows everything I know. At least whatever she needs to know at the time. I know Bill Thompson don't like me. It's all good, Papa. It's all good. Listen, as soon as you retire, as soon as you're gonna go to Cancun and you won't have to worry about the Idaho 4. Listen, retire, leave this in the hands of the people that are younger than you, and they could take the embarrassment, because you too old to be embarrassed in court. So this is why we believe that you will retire way before this matter even gets dismissed, because you don't want that on your record. You're smart. Not smart, but some kind of smart. It's okay. I know. I've been learning for the past year and a half. I've been learning how y'all think. Like, I've been learning their ego. I've been learning like the culture behind the Idaho thinking, and it's very particular to say that these people have too much ego and not much smarts. Like, they are very egocentric, that they think that they are above not just the law but above any other people in culture. They are the A ones, they are the A side, everybody else beneath them. And I love when these motherfuckers get humble like this by me. That I could just come here, let y'all all know what the fuck is going on, and it's not a fucking thing that they could do. They just gotta admit and shut the fuck up. That's all they get to do. Admit, not your head, like, yeah, this motherfucker. Yeah. But you see, it's good for me to be here, because why? If I wouldn't put the pressure that I put in this very small channel, just because the fact that I've been in communication with who I need to be in communication, passing the information that I need to pass, and being involved, this is what I get the joy of every time I get results in favor of what I know. It's a joy. It's a joy which I hope Amy Conway and Joanne and many other moderators have the same joy that we have sat here for a year plus and have discussed this case, and we have put point blank period our belief on what's going on due to the homework that we all have done together. And it feels good to come here today and have a conversation about this. It's great to see a judge changing his attitude because they are listening. It's good to see Ann Taylor enjoying herself in court, enjoying herself. She's actually having the time of her life. I think she has worked all her life for a day like this in court, that she will have a case the prosecution is forcing down the people's throat, and she could just tell Bill Thompson, shut the fuck up, and making this little. And Bill Thompson is so egocentric that he don't see that what I'm telling him to fix it now before it's too late. You the only stubborn old dude that don't listen to what Jrod on point is telling you. Look at the judge. We have a whole different judge today. We have an Ann Taylor that she's shining. She's like, listen, I know what I need to know. That's all what it is. And then now we have a Bill Thompson looking down, not even standing up to have no kind of objection on any question that Ann Taylor throw at this witness face. And Bill Thompson, even though he see the witness crumbling and begging from Bill Thompson's help, Bill Thompson is just sitting there looking down like, yeah, do with him whatever you want. I'm just gonna act like I don't have nothing to do with what the fuck he did. He's over. He's over. He's over. Bill Thompson is you're gonna sit there and look like I didn't do this shit. He did. Bill Thompson is like, I don't know, man. I'm just making this puzzle right here while he's talking. Leave me the fuck alone. You he's like helping that you say something. I'm over here trying to figure this puzzle out.
its entirety and with the received errors. So I was not able to. That's why I went into the JSON file to see if there was something I could see reference.
Is that file usable?
I'm sure it is to someone.
Thank you, Amy Conway. I appreciate you though. Listen, all the work that we have put together, the time that we have spent, the support that you have given me since day one, the support that Joanne has given me since day one. Every moderator and subscriber that have given me your support since day one. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I'm promising you that I'm not gonna waste your time. I'm promising you that I'm not gonna waste your time. You will never regret to be part of the On Point family. You will never regret to be my sister. You will never regret to be my brother. Because I'ma treat you just as like. Yeah, all my brothers and sisters. And I'ma treat you as like. With that respect, with that love, with that attention. I take my time for you. That goes to every subscriber. I don't know how many we get in the future. To all our subscribers, to all our moderators, you will never regret to be part of the On Point family. And thank you for your support. I love you too, sis. Much love. Say hi to the keto for me, okay? And the whole family over there. Much love. Much love.
What is the restriction for you?
I don't know what restriction is. I don't know what to do with that file outside of like
But I want to hear.
code.
I want to hear that.
There's some plain language or plain English plain text inside of that code that show two addresses.
Did you use that file? Well, let me ask this first. That file that contains code, do you use that with the CAST biz program?
I attempted to load the section file isn't in its entirety, and it received errors, so I was not able to. That's why I went into the JSON file to see if there was something I could see reference.
Is that file usable?
I'm sure it is somewhere.
What,
Look at the judge. Look at the judge's face when he said that. Look at the judge when he said that. Big shout out to Cindy Abel. Thank you for being here. Very appreciate it. We got Cece at home. Big shout out to Cindy. Thank you for being here. Very appreciate it. Look at the judge when he said, when Ann Taylor asked him if that file is usable, and he said that file is usable to someone that want to use it. So if we talking right now about, if we talking right now, I love you too, Cindy. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Cindy. We appreciate you. Thank you for the love and support for this long. So if we are talking about these new records that it came out, and these records show two different addresses where Kohberger actually was at the time of the killing, and when Ann Taylor asked him if he put this information to the program, if he processed this information with the cast, and also she asked him if this information, she said, like, what you did with this information, if this information is useful. And he said, well, it's useful for someone. Look at the judge face. Look at the judge face. That's the face when the judge tell the lawyer that he's asking the questions, you got him. The judge is looking at Ann Taylor with the face like, yeah, you got him. You got him. When the judge is giving, yeah, he's giving up. He said, you got him. The guy answered that this information, it could be useful for someone. What you mean, someone? And this information is the same information that y'all was supposed to use to actually catch the killers? And exclude in the same way, y'all clear almost 50 people. In a week, y'all clear almost 50 people within a week. This could be the same information they could exonerate Kohberger, and it's the same information that it was available since day one, since the investigation started. When y'all gathered the films, the footages, the cell phone data, when y'all gather all that shit within the first 48, let's say within the first month, and you gather all this information, and you have it right there, way before Kohberger got arrested, this means that this is the same information they would tell you to not arrest Kohberger. That this is the same information they would lead you to believe that the same people that you clear, it might be the same people that actually kill the victims. And you ignore that information, didn't you? This is why we believe that the powers to be in the University of Idaho, Mr. Green, was the person behind of pushing the power muscle. And forcing Moscow PD to look away from the kids of the University of Idaho. Ain't that some bullshit? So right now in court, we could be talking about and exonerating evidence that he puts Kohberger and his car into all the different addresses and not even close to the crime scene. I told you I needed to come here and let y'all know. I told you I needed to come here and explain what's going on in court. Because again, no other content creator could really tell you what's really going on in court because they don't fucking know. They don't fucking know. They don't. They just speculate for what they see on all the channels and shit that they watch in the news stage and the news media outlets or through big content creators and shit like that. I knew that I needed to come to let y'all know the bottom line of the language of what's going on in court or what's really going on due to the seal stuff that I don't know. Wink, wink. Well, again, I'm if I know anything that is on seal, I'm not attached to the gag order. I could just know and come here and just talk to ya, right? So this is why I needed to come here and tell ya what y'all not probably understanding or what y'all probably can see the reasons of those questions and the result of those answers and what those answers mean due to what I know. I know that other content creator cannot break this shit down for you like that, you know, because they really don't know. They not involved within exchange of communication with the powers to be. This is why when all the content creators say like, well, I don't get involved. I just come here and talk about true crime and don't get involved. So why you here? Why you here? You're selfish as fuck. You only here to talk true crime, get compensated for it, but not really looking for justice for the victims. That's selfish. Me, I'm coming to true crime to expose all of y'all motherfuckers. If it's something weird and fishy on the case, I'm gonna come here and talk about it. I started with Kiely, Rodni, and obviously it seems that this day today I was right, and it's still right until they prove me wrong. It seems that here in the Idaho 4 and Bryan Kohberger case, I've been right since day one, and I've been just trying to share what I know with y'all. So like that, y'all know what I know. So like that, every time y'all hear upcoming information of what's going on with this case, then y'all have the nutrition and you have the knowledge of the bottom line of what's really going on here. So when y'all hear the information, the upcoming information, that'll take you little by little to where we need to be. So like that, you have full understanding and don't be like searching channel to channel when different other content creators looking for information when obviously these people don't know what they're talking about. It don't matter if you have 30, 40, 60, 70, 100K subs and you're really not giving the subscription and the viewer the bottom line of cases that just show everyone else that you don't know what you're talking about. That's why you in the fence. That's why you don't say he's guilty. That's why you don't say that he's innocent. You're right in the middle because you don't fucking know. So if you don't fucking know what we are watching you, if you are there in your channel telling us that you really don't fucking know, and then you go farther than that, you admit that you don't fucking know, but you tell your viewership that if you don't know, no one's know, because you have the balls to say like, oh, but nobody know the truth of what's going on in this case. Now you dismissing yourself and you dismissing me. Because then now people that believe you think that even though if I'm saying what I'm saying is right on point, they're not gonna believe it because they heard other content creators that they love more than me saying that, well, if I don't know, no one knows. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Just because you're a big content creator, I'm a small content creator, that don't mean shit. That just means that it's less people watching me than you. I still put the work. I still put the information that it needs to be put out there for whoever watch this channel, get the information about these cases. And again, the Kiely Rodni case and the Idaho 4, that's my specialty. I'm gonna branch off to other two cases, actually three cases. I'm looking at three cases. You already see me talking about the Delphi case. You already heard me talking about the Karen Reed case and what my take on that. And I also told you that I'm gonna start looking into the Long Island serial killer. That guy last name Rex, Kiely Rodni, Idaho 4, Delphi, Karen Reed, and the Long Island serial killer. That's five cases that at this day today, police, five cases that at this day today, police are to blame for the fucked up results in these cases. In these five cases, police are involved in covering and abating the real killers. My specialty in true crime is these type of cases. My specialty in true crime is this type of cases. The Kiely Rodni, Idaho 4, Delphi case, Long Island serial killer, Karen Reed, because it has to do with police departments, LE discrepancies, where the police either enable, cover, or are unfit for duty. It's either one of those three. They enable what happened, they covering the shit, or they totally incapable to even be part of the force. And if you ask me, for all three, because it seems that these cases that I'm looking into, even though I have big belief in police departments, I have big belief in police departments, I have a big belief in FBI, I have a big belief for justice. And due to that, I have a big belief for justice. If I see that the injustice is within the police department and the forces to be behind the police departments, I'm gonna light you bitch ass up until I fucking lose my voice. I'm gonna let the public know exactly the key details and information that y'all need to know that there is the police. The police is being used by the powers to be. The police is being used for the powers to be in cults. Don't forget that the Fraternal Order of Police is a cult. The Fraternal Order of Police is a fraternity. You know I'm right.
Is the restriction for you?
I don't know what restriction is. I don't know what to do with that file outside of, if I could possibly bring it into the cast is. I tried to pull it in as a combined session log, which is what I was trained to do. Right, didn't get that. I didn't pull that file.
Is that file,
The other world, he decided to not utilize that information at all whatsoever. Everything that he fucking said, I just tells you that I just didn't use that information because again, my focus was on Mr. Kohberger. It wasn't to my focus was not on getting Mr. Kohberger out of trouble. My focus was on getting Kohberger and using him as a plant to aid and abet the killers. And who's protecting them? That's what he's telling me. He's not telling me nothing else. Because if you have information and you have evidence that it will exonerate these men that you have sitting there for a whole year. Y'all was supposed to use that shit, and way before y'all try to arrest them, y'all should have cleared the man and then really go for whoever really killed these people. It's a fucking sham.
Available on a discovery drive for me.
By the prosecutor today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate you so much. Your support. Thank you so much. You've been here for a long time. The same that Amy and Joanne and the boys. Like, I appreciate y'all. All you support. I do what I do to make sure that y'all need and y'all have what y'all need for us as information. I do what I do to make sure that whenever I close one eye to take a nap, I don't have to worry about not sharing what I know with y'all. This is why I share what I know, because it's fair to y'all and it's fair to the victims. It's fair to y'all and it's fair to the victims. I cannot sit here and hold a treasure of information that I know and I share with y'all, because I need y'all to know what I know so we could all together fight for justice for these victims. I need y'all to work with me together to make sure that we all get justice for these victims. I don't care if you don't like me, but if you do understand the information that I'm providing, even though if you don't like my way to be and the way I present my information, you just don't like Jrod for who Jrod is, because this is who I am and how I am. If you just don't like Jrod, at least pay attention to the information that I'm delivering, because that's the same information the victims need for someone to fight for them, because not even their own family members are fighting for them. The only one that is fighting is Kara for Sana and Sana's friend, because Kara told me herself, I'm not just fighting for my daughter, I'm fighting for her friends. Kara recognized that all the family members from the victims, they went to bed with the University of Idaho. This is a matter of a fact. Kara understood that the rest of the parents of the victims, they went to bed with the University of Idaho, and she was the only one left by herself to fight for justice for her daughter. So if besides Kara, all the other family members of the victims are not fighting for justice, and we call ourselves good people, and we in true crime understanding and analyzing these crimes and cyber sleuthing and having a civilian private investigation about these cases and spend money getting to certain information that we need to get to in the web and shit like that. It's only fair that I come here to YouTube and explain to ya and analyze with ya what the fuck is going on with these cases, so y'all fully aware, so y'all help me to help them, so y'all help me to help the victims, because obviously if Lindsay, Kiely's mom, if Lindsay, Kiely's mom, if Kaylee's dad, grandpa, and all her family didn't give a fuck about her, remember now that she's in heaven, she's really looking at those people that are actually looking after her. The same thing with the young victims in the Idaho fall. They not alive right now, but they are alive in spirit, and they could see who really is doing for them. That's my satisfaction. That's what I get out of it, to make sure that I'm doing my job for justice for them, do justice for the victims, fight for the ones that can't fight for themselves right now. That's my job in true crime. I get involved because I care. I get involved because I do give a fuck. I'm here to help. I do not give a fuck what any other content creator thinks about me. And guess what? I don't expect you to give a fuck about how I think about you. But if you listen to me, you might be a better person some other day. If you let sink in your head the shit that I talk about you, and you let it sink in your head, you will understand and look yourself in the mirror and be like, Jrod was right. I'm a piece of shit. Because every single motherfucker that I have talked about here in my platform, I'm only trying to make you better, you piece of shit. I'm only trying to make you better. I might criticize you. I might light you the fuck up. I might put you in your fucking place. But it's, guess what? It's for your own betterment. Because I give a fuck about you. So when you see me talking about you and lighting your bitch ass up, it's for you to wake the fuck up, because you could be better. And whoever the fuck you are right now ain't no good. You could be better. And if how you are, that's all what it is. So guess what? At least you get to know from me who the fuck you are and how you are, how dumb you look and sound, and how stupid of a content creator you is. Because meanwhile, y'all got the ego and think that y'all know it all, motherfuckers. Again, in the Kiely Rodni case in Idaho, for my ex specialties, I'm the source. It don't matter how many subscribers I have. The subscribers that I have right now is the subscribers that I need to have. It's the subscribers that I need. It's the subscribers that wants to be here because they want to be here with me. The content creators that come around me and they collaborate with me is the content creators that want to do work with me. The viewers, the moderators, the subscribers that we have right now is the people that wants to be here for us. And this is all the people that we need, and more are welcome. But it's like I told you, I do not want nor need subscribers or moderators. They will come here thinking that we are not going to do our work accordingly. And that means all means necessary. That means I will say shit that you are not going to like. I'm going to say shit that want to fucking break your bones just with words. Because if I'm sick to the stomach knowing what the fuck I know, I'm going to make sure that you sick to the stomach too. So you feel how I feel. So we have that connection. So we have that connection. So like that, you feel how I feel, knowing what I know. That's our connection. That's our bond. That these fucking cases are so fucking nasty, especially when authorities and police are allowing the fuckery that is going on with these cases. From 5 cases, it's only 1 case that the police are the killers. From 5 cases that I just mentioned, it's only 1 case, possible 2. The police are the ones that did the killing. The Karen Reed, it seems that cops were the one that killed cops. In the Karen Reed case, it seems the cops killed cop and they try to frame the poor girlfriend for the shit that they did on their time, on their pleas. Delphi case, if definitely police involvement in the covering of this shit. So that means that whoever the fuck killed these young girls and sacrificed these girls had to do with high levels of policing. Because in the only way that this case would have taken 5, 6, 7 years as it is right now, with no real results. You have a Richard Allen that is dying in jail, and he might die in jail guilty while being an innocent man. What the fuck is what the fuck? The Long Island serial killer, the fucking cops from New York, they went and grabbed DNA from a pizza box and did their magic to frame this guy. And after they framed this guy and locked him the fuck up, the real serial killer came back and started dumping bodies back on his favorite places to let the cops know, yeah, bitch ass, yeah, y'all going to arrest this guy when it's me. They went and arrest Rex. And after this guy is locked up behind bars, the real serial killer started dumping bodies again in parks and shit. This is why the cops went back to Rex's house, because they think that they missing something. You know what y'all missing? That Rex is not the killer, you dumbasses. Because if you have these men locked up and then you still getting bodies, let's put left and right in the same areas, the killer is telling you how dumb you are, because you frame someone with DNA that he was left in a box. Just like Bryan Kohberger, yeah, utilized DNA that he was on the trash can. Just from Bryan Kohberger's dad, and that was all you have to attach Bryan Kohberger and get him arrested. Because you only needed an excuse of DNA to proceed to arrest the person that you wanted, to make yourself look good, to make look like you are doing some work, while you just fabricating evidence on people. Karen Reed is innocent, Rex is innocent, Richard Allen innocent, Bryan Kohberger is innocent, and we don't even have a suspect yet. Well, we have suspects. I have a suspect? Yes. On the Kiely Rodni case, yes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 suspects. In the Kiely Rodni case, we got 5 suspects. I told Nevada County Sheriff, who's the suspects, the motives and shit. They turned the other way too, in the same way Moscow PD turned the other way. And look at now, they couldn't close it, and now FBI have it on their hands. How that shit work for you? If you would have listened to me, you would have closed that case right after I talked to you, you fucking idiots. But no, what Jrod knows. When I'm just telling you exactly what you know, I'm confirming what the fuck you know already. How the fuck someone, a total stranger from far the fuck away, gonna confirm exactly what the fuck you already know, and you're gonna look the other way? I have done my work with all the cases, but I'm not ready to talk about them. I give you a preview of what I believe or what I know right now. But I still have to do so much work about them. I still have to dig in. I still have to look into deeper. Tonight, Guilty Creator was on a show of a creator who feel as I do. The guy was so rude and abruptly hung up and really left the show. It was weird. But you see, what happened is that these guys that don't have nothing to talk about, they don't have nothing to talk about. Like they push a narrative, and then when the narrative is crumble, because the whole Kohberger being guilty narrative is done. They still using Nancy Grace and all these other motherfuckers in News Nation talking all these motherfucking bullshit. And just because they are legacy media, that don't mean they're right. other narrative. It don't matter how big of a news station they are, other narrative is already being proven false in court. Bottom line. Nancy Disgrace, I know. Graceless. Nancy Disgrace. That's her name. Talking about Kohberger was wearing gloves after the killing. Bitch, don't you know that we still at this day today we still have people wearing gloves and wearing masks because the pandemic? Back then when this murder occurred, we was just coming out of a pandemic, you fucking idiot. It was people still wearing gloves, especially if they are germophobics. If they are germophobics, they would have got PTSD for the whole pandemic shit, and they would be very worried about it. They would be wearing gloves and shit. They would be still wearing masks and shit. Up to this day, today, they still do, Nancy Grace. You dare to use a glove narrative, like you're so egocentric and so narcissist that you really swear to God that you just gonna say whatever the fuck you said. It's like you are Moscow PD, you fabricating shit. This is how we know that the prosecution are the ones pushing narrative and bringing fucking roommates that they wasn't even at the house. They didn't even have no relationship. Just because you take pictures with the victims don't mean you was cool with them. Just because you said that, oh my God, I was texting Maddie, I was texting people that I like, show it. Show you text. Because if it's true, that means that you would be on record on the investigation too. Because if you text the victims and this and this and that, guess what? They would have to investigate you too. And we don't hear no investigation about you. So obviously you was not that close to them. You're just saying that you was close and you pushing the narrative. How stupid you think we are?
In the report that I just got today, there's a reference to another cast biz session and some screenshots. What is that about?
I believe you're talking about just the regular 48 hours folder.
I don't know. I'm curious.
So that I provided two folders. One was cast viz and one was my last name of Maori. That was to differentiate the files that I found that were divided to me and the folder of the files that I use to create this report.
Okay. Past biz is the files that you found while preparing,
Correct.
and the one that says Maori is what you used to create your May 3rd report of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. I think I understand that now. In that file, I think your report said you found screenshots dated April 19th of 2023.
Yes.
All right. Does that mean that's the day that you put things into your CastViz program?
That was the day that I made the screenshots themselves.
Okay. Where are those?
Yes, in the yeah, it's sad that Richard Allen could actually die while the process and die in prison because he's not even in jail. He's in prison. He's serving time as he's guilty already. He's serving time in prison. He's not serving time in jail. He's serving time as he was already guilty and convicted of that case. Cause he's being secured by prison staff in a prison. He's not being secured by a jail staff, which is different. Jail treatment and prison treatment is way different. Because while you're in jail, you still have that benefit of the doubt that you could be innocent while you're there. So they treat you a certain way different. When you're in prison, they treat you like you already got convicted. And it's a different way to treat people. The sheriff, the CEOs in prison, they treat you way different in prison than what they treat you in jail. Again, and I repeat, in jail, you're still going through the process of court. You still have a chance to be innocent, so they have to treat you accordingly. After you get to prison, that means that you was already found guilty. So the CEOs will treat you there with a different type of way. This is scary, as you know. This could happen to any. Yes, Cindy. This right here. Any one of us could be framed. Any one of us could be framed at any given time, any given minute. And yes, it's scary. It's scary. Then anyone could get attached to a heinous crime and be totally innocent. Is scary.
Screenshots now, are those also included on the drive?
Yes.
Okay. And then your report dated 5/3 says that you were asked to examine the record. So I'm a little confused if you had something that you took screenshots of on 4/19, but on 5/3 you were asked to examine the record. What were you doing on 4/19 or before to get those screenshots?
You heard that cough? You heard that cough? Did you heard that cough from the prosecution? That's when the prosecution let the witness know, watch what you say. Remember, this is a prosecution witness. This is a prosecution witness, not a defense witness. This is a prosecution witness. And I told you, pay attention to the cuff. Every time prosecution cuffing cases is letting their witnesses know, mind what you say, be careful what you say. Let's listen to that.
That was the day that I made the screenshots themselves.
Okay. Where are those screenshots now? Are those also included on the drive?
Yes.
Okay. And then your report dated 5/3.
Yes, indeed. If Bryan Kohberger would have any type of injury or anything outside of the norm, the doctor would notice it, and then right after they would have known that Bryan Kohberger had a doctor appointment. They would have known that, and they would have went and interrogate the doctor. They would have a conversation with the doctor and stuff like that. And it seems like none of this shit happened, because if they would have talked to the doctor and the doctor would have be, I didn't see nothing outside of the norm of him, they would have known. And this is why the false narrative of Steve Goncalves saying that Jack Decor got butt naked in front of him, that was a fucking lie. I said Steve Goncalves lied on record and lied to everyone when he said that Jack Decor, when he said that he went the same day and got caught on a lie. Then later on was like, no, he went by the house some other day and whatnot. You already lie on record. You said that he went the same day to your house and got butt naked in front of you. You fucking liar. This is how you sell the soul of your daughter Kiely? That you gonna lie and protect Jack Decor? For what? Did you love Jack Decor more than what you love your daughter? That you're willing to lie just to protect this guy? Because you know that's a lie, Steve. That's a fucking lie. He did not do that. I challenge you to prove that in court. I challenge Steve Goncalves to prove that in court. You motherfucker gonna have to sue me and prove that shit in court. But I say you lie, and Jack Decor never went to your house to get butt naked and show you that he was unharmed. I call that bullshit, and you motherfucker gonna have to sue me to prove that you really did that, to prove that Jack the Court really went to your house and got butt naked. I double, triple, dog dare you, Steve Goncalves, to prove anything you have said out your motherfucking mouth. Because you, Steve Goncalves, you're looking sus to me. Let's continue.
Brief says that you were asked to examine the record. So I'm a little confused if you had something that you took screenshots of.
Yeah, yes, Cindy. The Goncalves and the Chapins and Sana's dad and Sana's sister. Sana's dad, Sana's sister, Ethan's brother, Ethan's sister, Ethan's mom and dad. All the Goncalves, Olivia Goncalves, Steve Goncalves, the mom, and all these other motherfuckers, they know, they have to know who the fuck really killed these young adults. Every time that Steve Goncalves talking about Bryan Kohberger, to me that I know the truth, he's talking about Jack the Court. When he say like, oh, Bryan Kohberger was jealous for the relationship that Kiely and Maddie have. Motherfucker, you talking about Jack the Court. You knew that Jack the Court was jealous of them since years. You knew how your daughter treated Jack the Court for Maddie. And you knew that Jack the Court was jealous of the relationship that they have, and he always thought that they were actually having relationship like girlfriend, like lesbian relationships at one point. This is what Jack the Court used to think. This is why he was so jealous of Katie and Maddie, because he was always suspicious of them two having an affair behind his back. And God knows whatever the fuck else he thought. This is how we could confirm that Steve Goncalves know that it's a possibility that Jack the Court killed his daughter with his friends. So Jack the Court killed his daughter, killed his daughter's best friend, killed Ethan, killed Sana with the help of his friends. And we do know and believe that Maddie's boyfriend took part of Maddie's death. Because if you know what Jack knew, and you was as mad as Maddie as Jack was mad at Kiely, and you knew that Jack was about to kill Kiely, and you knew that killing Kiely would have killed Maddie, and you was as mad as equal, you would go with Jack to finish the job yourself, because that's your girlfriend. And you wouldn't allow no one to kill your girlfriend for these reasons but you. You wouldn't give Jack the Court the pleasure of killing your girlfriend, because at this day today, at that day when she died, she was still your girlfriend. So Jack the Court told you, well, if you don't want me to kill her, you better kill her. And you know you heard this before. I told you I've been knowing what the fuck happened since day one. But people want to act with like deaf ears and shit. Oh, no one knows. Just the cops know. No one know. No one know. Who the fuck you think I am? You think I'm going to come here? Listen, you judging me for how you judging you. You judging me for how you judge yourself. Because you know you ain't shit. Because you know you're really not investigating this case, Drip Drop. Because you know you're a piece of shit that doesn't investigate shit, Drip Drop. You don't have to do a fucking thing to get money from YouTube. Because you put some bullshit on your channel, it will make views and gonna get you a paycheck, Drip Drop. And many other content creators with big numbers of content of subscribers that y'all know that it don't matter what the fuck you put out, you will still make money off YouTube, and you really do not give a fuck about what happened with these cases. You don't. You want your YouTube money. You don't want justice for the victims. Because if you wanted justice for the victims, you wouldn't be talking the shit that you need to be talking about in your fucking channel. I've been trying to encourage certain big content creators to listen, not to me, but listen to the facts. But then I shared the facts. Oh, that's all allegations. They have Bryan Kohberger's DNA. Shut the fuck up. Been trying to help big content creators for them to not look stupid, because they're gonna look real stupid when the truth come out. If the truth come out, they're gonna look stupid.
On 419, but on 5-3.
Yeah, I think Maddie's dad didn't say nothing, but the stepdaddy came out like that freak, because that motherfucker looked like he a perv. Yeah, I said it. Maddie's stepdad looked like he a perv. Like you see her face, like he looked weird as fuck. He looked like he's something wrong up there. Look weird as fuck. Why the fuck if you stepdaddy? Why the fuck you talking about you just about Maddie? Let the dad speak. You don't have the motherfucking stepdad talking for his stepdaughter when the stepdaughter has a dad. Probably Maddie's dad is actually in the same page than Kara, knowing that something else happened. And that's why none of y'all motherfuckers want him to say anything. Y'all silence Kara, y'all silence Maddie's dad, and the people that are talking are the ones in bed with the University of Idaho, point blank, period. That's facts. And all this shit is gonna come out one day, because I believe in Lord Jesus Christ. I have faith in Lord Jesus Christ. I have more faith in Lord Jesus Christ than I have faith in justice. Because I believe that even justice don't want justice to be served. Jesus will force justice for justice to get served. Amen.
You were asked to examine the record. What were you doing on 419 or before to get those screenshots?
Cindy, what's going on is that they all are gonna get millions of dollars. This is an accident waiting to happen. Cindy, I'm gonna explain to you. The University of Idaho knows that either or they will get millions of dollars. This is why we know that the University of that they are in cahoot with the University of Idaho, because the University of Idaho is guarantee money. This is why all the family members put a notice for lawsuit for the whole state of Idaho, University of Idaho, Layton County, Moscow PD, Idaho State Troopers, the sheriff. Everyone's getting a lawsuit. Is already unnoted. So they know that they are gonna get millions and millions of dollars if they just let it be how it's going right now. They're not really caring if Kohberger is guilty or not, because at the end of the day, even though Kohberger gets dismissed, they're gonna get millions and millions of dollars. Hey, Philomena, you don't have no camera. Your device is not connected. You don't have a camera and I can see your face. So unfortunately for you, you shouldn't know better. You shouldn't know better. So Let's get back to work.
So I was tasked, the date was May 3rd for the report. It's not the date that I,
Yeah, and I believe it just Kara. Kara is the only one there that's looking for justice, and because Santa's dad and Santa's sister is in bed with the University of Idaho too.
asked.
Okay. What day were you asked to do?
I do not remember. I'm gonna guess that it was somewhere around April 19th. That's when the screenshots were created.
Okay. Let's talk about that time frame then and what you did. Did you actually use a cast biz program at that time to create something?
Yes,
Yeah, and especially when Steve Goncalves, when they first started creating narratives and shit, um, he said, I know for a fact that whoever killed my daughter knew my daughter, was close to my daughter, was close to her friends. No one gonna tell me that this was a drive-by looking for victims. So when he said that, it's like he already knew the Moscow PD was about to go with a narrative. And at the moment, he didn't like that. This is why he said clearly in the news media outlets, I know, this is how I know that Jack the Corp killed Kiely. This is how I know. Because Olivia Goncalves went to the rescue. Steve Goncalves went to the rescue. The wife of Steve Goncalves went to the rescue. And when you have a whole bunch of people try to rescue the killer, that just means that they didn't never give a fuck about their own daughter. They never did. And what he also tells me that Steve Goncalves and his wife are blaming Kiely for Kiely getting killed. In a hush hush, that's what they're doing. They're protecting Jack the Court, and they blaming Kiely for breaking his heart. This is the only thing that I could think of. This is the only thing that I could think of to understand the psyche. They actually blame Kiely for breaking Jack the Court's heart and forcing Jack the Court to kill her. This is what was Steve Goncalves, his wife, and Olivia Goncalves, narrative, closed doors. You have to be blaming Kiely for whatever she did to him, for him to be losing his mind and killing her. This is and the only thing that I could think of that you're gonna say to try to protect this motherfucker. And either way, you telling me that you picking and choosing Jack the Court instead of choosing your daughter for money, because Jack the Court is the money, because the University of Idaho is the money. So you're gonna tell me that you literally sacrifice your daughter for money. You allowing these people to kill your daughter and they aid and obey the killer with narrative. Just for motherfucking millions of dollars that are about to come, because you know you're about to get those millions of dollars as soon as they dismiss Kohberger. It's like y'all all motherfuckers know that Kohberger is innocent and purposely know that, and knowing that, that's how you're gonna have a lawsuit to the whole state and get millions and millions of dollars, because all y'all motherfuckers know that Kohberger is innocent. Y'all gonna play with him until get dismissed, and then you're gonna get millions of dollars. That's why it's not convenient for you to fight against the state, because if you fight against the state, everything gonna come out to the light way before, and then it's not gonna come out the light like they wanted to come out the light with the narrative that they wanted. They want to blame Kohberger for the rest of his existence, and that's why Kohberger gonna have to sue the state of Idaho too. This is another reason they gave me for him to accept the job of being a plant and actually get the opportunity to work for Pullman as we speak while he's in jail, because Pullman and Moscow PD is like the same shit. It's still the powers to be on top of those prisons. It's still the WSU University on top of Pullman PD, and it's still the University of Idaho on top of Moscow PD. So it's still the powers to be. Still the powers to be. And yes, Amy, I understand that the Pennsylvania authorities in cahoot with Idaho, in cahoot, because they knew that Bryan Kohberger willingly was being used. He accepted being framed for the opportunity to work for them and be like, this is Bryan Kohberger's initiation. Brett Kopaka did not want to put in jeopardy a Purple Heart and give the stain that the Purple Heart holder would have got if he would have allowed Moscow PD and Pullman to use him for this dirty job. Because then they pick and choose Kopaka first because he make the most sense. This is how I know that the Moscow PD and Pullman PD, whoever was in charge of this operation, let Kopaka know what was the intentions for them to be there. And that's where they shared the information with Kopaka. Yo, this is what we need you to do. You need to trust us. This is what we need you to do to cover this shit up. And I believe that Kopaka said no because he has the honor of being a Purple Heart holder from the Army military. And that's the highest honor. So he would not put that stain and that jacket on a Purple Heart holder for cap, for him to become a millionaire later on, for him to have bigger opportunities later on. Real soldiers that he got the honor of Purple Heart, they know what that means. They will not put a stain on that, because if he would allow him to be used to frame, to allow the government to frame him, even though he knew he was about to get away, he was about to get out anyway, he would have put a stain to the rest of Purple Heart holders and would have put a big stain in the community of veterans. Kopaka sacrificed himself, saying no, probably knowing that he was about to die that day. Because believe me, soon as the dirty cops shared their intentions of in what they need help with, at that point you have a life sentence, because now you know what the dirty cop know and what the dirty cop wants you to know, to obey, aid and obey real killers. This is why we believe that Brett Kopaka was killed. It was because he did not cooperate with the intentions of the state to cover this murder. But guess who said yes? Because he always wanted to work for them. This fucking idiot Kohberger. This is why I've been telling you that Kohberger is fucking innocent and he didn't have nothing to do with this fucking killing. But I have never told you that he's innocent. I have never told you of him being innocent of allowing Pullman and Moscow PD to use him as a plan, to use him as a fall guy for rich and famous, because he know he gonna get a dismissal. Why you think the narrative, why you think the cops put a narrative to the social media and to the news media outlets that Kohberger said like he can't wait to be exonerated? Because he know he gonna be exonerated, because all this shit is a sham. They just playing with Kohberger in court, making sure that they do the psyop to the point that everyone believed that Kohberger did it. No one else gonna believe that no one else did it. Everyone won't believe that Kohberger did it. They make sure that they frame this guy right because the guy allowed them to get framed. The guy know the government. Listen, this is a cahoot from Bryan Kohberger and the government. And if Kohberger is guilty of anything, is allowing himself to be used by the powers to be as a plant to keep the focus away from the real killers that are the vandals from the University of Idaho. This is what's going on. This is what I've been telling you, that Bryan Kohberger is being innocent the whole fucking time, because he is. This motherfucker know he's being framed. He knew he was about to get framed. This is his job application. This is Bryan Kohberger job application. This is why Ann Taylor could say in court that Bryan Kohberger is innocent, because it's gonna be good for her reputation later on. Oh my God, Ann Taylor knew that Bryan Kohberger was innocent, and he was innocent for real. That's gonna boost her reputation. They know, they all know what the fuck is going on. Ann Taylor, Bill Thompson, the judge, everyone fucking know that he's innocent. Everyone fucking know, but they playing this fucking scam on the people to make the people believe the Kohberger is the guy, pushing publicity in the news media outlets and big major content creators, to then later on let the man go. And Taylor looks great. Bill Thompson always gonna have an excuse for why he looked at that stupid. And at the end of the day, I hope and pray to God that the real killers get caught one day. But my biggest fear is that they have put this shit together to the T, and to a point that by the time Bryan Kohberger gets let go, they just gonna run with the narrative that he could be the killer, but they never could have. They gonna create a urban legend like Kohberger was the killer of the young adults, but they never could have prove it in court, and da 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 da. And then the real killers just gonna be flying around, probably keep committing crimes and keep committing murders and shit, and keep getting help, and until they don't want to use them no more. Because remember, the Illuminati, they use you until they can't use you no more, or until you become too dangerous for them to handle you. They allowing you all this shit, but you know they own you. You know that when they helping you to get away with murder, they own you. They own you family. They own everything. They own you. They own you family, and you know this. You're not free no longer. Now you have to do what they tell you, and that's mandatory if you don't want to go for prison for life. Now is the amount of money that Jack DeCour's family need to put on the University of Idaho donation, Paul. If you don't want to get caught, this is all a fucking blackmail. These motherfuckers, listen, they getting paid not just by Jack DeCour's family, they getting paid by all the other family members that they know that their kids are involved in this murder. The University of Idaho is getting nothing but donations of high amounts of money from these families to make sure that they don't get embarrassed and their kids don't get caught in this bullshit, because their whole family is gonna get embarrassed. So that's what the University of Idaho is doing. They fucking running a scam and the blackmail bullshit. Well, you need to give us this much every 6 months. You got to give us this much. If you don't want your kids to get caught for this shit, if you don't want us to pull the evidence that we have, if you don't want us to unbury the house, if you want that house to stay buried, you're gonna have to keep paying us until you fucking die. That's what the University of Idaho is doing. Do you think they stupid? Do you think they're gonna aid and abet the real killers if they're not getting paid for it? They blackballing and blackmailing the fuck out of this family of the killers. They getting big money out of the family of the killers. Probably if you ask me, I believe that right now the Goncalves and the chaplains and who knows who are getting money under the table right now for this shit. You know, cash is untraceable. You know, cash is untraceable. Uh, and of course, he won't hurt Murphy. Yeah, because this is what's going on. Remember, it was Kaylee's last day. It was Kiely last day with her friend Maddie. She was about to be gone in the morning, back home, and then up to Texas. Okay, so Kiely did not have nothing on her room. Yeah, could be a bed there, but with no sheets and no fucking nothing. What make you think that Kaylee's gonna spend her last night in a room that don't have no sheets, no nothing, while her best friend is right there, her best friend, let's say slash lover, is next door? This is why all this narrative that, oh, Kaylee was in her room and wait, and this is why Maddie was the target, because Maddie got attacked first and then Kaylee came in the middle of the attack. Shut the fuck up. Stupid shit. Stupid shit that don't make no fucking sense. Why the fuck Kaylee's gonna be in her room when she don't have nothing there? Not a blanket sheet, no nothing, not a fucking pillow, you fucking idiot. And Murphy used to sleep with her. So of course, Kiely was spending the night in Maddie's room. That was their last time together. Drinking a little bit, eating some, whatever, whatever. Hanging out together for a very last time. Jack the Court knew if he couldn't get Kiely now, he wouldn't be able to get her as he wanted. And the only way that he knew that he would have full control of that house was there. It was the perfect storm for the killers because they have full control of the house. They have full control of whoever is inside of the house, who comes in and out the house. And they send the word in the group chat, everybody get the fuck out the house. We going in. Kaylee and Maddie was in the same room with Murphy. When Kaylee seen Jack Decor and Kaylee's boyfriend, they not expecting to get killed. This was a normal occurrence for Dylan and Bethany, having Jack Decor and Maddie's boyfriend coming to the house and going straight upstairs because that's what they do. They're not gonna suspect nothing. They're not gonna suspect that these two motherfuckers are gonna go up there to kill Kaylee and Maddie. They're not expecting that shit. Before Jack Decor crossed any word with Kaylee, he put Murphy in the room next door. He put Murphy in Kaylee's room and locked Murphy on Kaylee's room because he didn't want the dog to get hurt. Because if he starts swinging on Kaylee, the dog is a chance they could have jumped on him. Because now he's hurting his mommy. Dad, you're hurting mom. And it seems that he loved that dog to the point that he loved the dog more than whatever he loved Kaylee. Because he has the heart to get Murphy to the room next door before he started the shit. So he had more, he felt more sorry for the dog than from Kaylee. that he took his dog, put him in Kiely's room, and then came in to have whatever conversation they had that is on camera sound. And then the killing started. Jack Decor, Maddie's boyfriend, with the help of John Jack Showalker, Dylan Mortensen, possibly Adam, right? But we know who's the main characters. And here we are playing with a Bryan Kohberger that actually wants to be there in court because he know he gonna be free at some point. That's why he don't care. He don't worry. He don't give a fuck. He being told what to do. He being told what to not say, what to not do. Hey, make sure when you stand in court, you're gonna look like you protesting the whole process. Okay, we need to make you look as innocent possible in court. So when the judge asks you if you're guilty or not, you're just gonna stand up and not gonna say nothing, because we need you to look like this certain way. And the judge is gonna enter a plea for you like you pleading innocent. Okay, cool. Bryan Kohberger is just doing what he's being told for pay. Like he know he gonna get out of this shit. He gonna get millions of dollars. Gonna get a book. He's gonna probably become a mayor advisor for the FBI, some shit like that, or whatever. But it's something that I could guarantee right now. Bryan Kohberger know that he's just matter of a time for him to go back home and start his celebrity. That's all what's going on here. Like they treated these 4 young adults like they ain't shit. Everyone know who's the killers, and they purposely picking a potsy, and the potsy's allowing for this to happen just for money and clout and opportunities. Because again, the people that are asking him for this favor are the ones on top to cover the money, to make sure the money don't get hurt. The University of Idaho and the fraternities and sororities from the University of Idaho, they'll do anything for that shit. They know Bryan Kohberger wanted to work for them. So, okay, you wanted to work for us, I need you to do me this favor. You want to be initiating the Illuminati, I need you to do me this favor. They doing a fucking embarrassment ritual. It's a humiliation ritual on him. This is just a humiliation ritual from the Illuminati in the same way we know that they have done before to other people to initiate them. They're humiliating this guy in the way they're humiliating right now, purposely, while he know that this is all a sham, because he know he's being used to protect the money of the University of Idaho. And by the time everything gets dismissed and he go back home, now he gonna be in every fucking news media outlet giving interviews, gonna write a book, probably gonna be a movie made out of this. He gonna get to have millions and millions of dollars, probably also a lawsuit to the state, and the state willing to pay that cheap change as long as they keep the big amount of money. All this shit is happening in closed doors, and people acting, oh, he guilty, he innocent. Of course he's fucking innocent, but he being used to cover this shit up too. He's not innocent of not helping the University of Idaho to distract the people about who really are the killers. No, Bryan Kohberger is guilty of helping the University of Idaho to get away with this shit. That's what Bryan Kohberger is fucking guilty of. Or allow the University of Idaho and the powers to be to use him for everyone to look this way and ignore the killers. That's what Bryan Kohberger is not innocent of. That's what Pennsylvania is not innocent of. They all working together just to cover the University of Idaho bag of money. That's all what's going on. And it's not fucking sucking, like, it's not far-fetched. It's facts. Just sit there, look through the information, and just use your brain. You use your brain to think, not just to carry hair and shit. And sadly, Bryan will always have this cloud over his head. He needs to sue them, and he might be happy overseas. Now, listen, no, he will stay around. Listen, he's being used for this shit. He's happy with what's going on. He know for a fact he will have millions and millions of dollars by the time he's done with this shit. That's their promise to him. This is why he's allowing the state of Idaho to do him like that, because he know he's innocent. He know that this is all he's allowing them to do this shit. And by the time he's done over with him, they're gonna let him go, and then all this opportunity and money, he will not give a fuck about what people say about him. I'm telling you right now. Soon as he get the first $1 million, he will not give a fuck about whatever people was talking about him. Don't give a fuck. He's gonna be on TV. He's gonna write a book. You're gonna have many opportunities to be a celebrity and shit. It might become these fucking true crime super duper specialties, and motherfucker might end up with a true crime channel. He might end up with a true crime channel. Yeah, yeah, I understand. I appreciate your support though when you say that I might be 100% correct. I appreciate for the might be that give me enough benefit of the doubt though. I appreciate. Um, but yeah, like if you put it together, this is like it sounds like a movie. But listen, even movie scripts are based on real life. The majority of movie scripts are based on real life. So you just gotta sit there and see what's going on.
The Cast Biz program that you used at that time.
I'm gonna guess that it was somewhere around April 19th. That's when the screenshots were created.
Okay. Let's talk about that time frame then and what you did. Did you actually use a Cast Biz program at that time to create something?
Yes.
The Cast Biz program that you used at that time, and we're talking about springtime of 2023, we'll call it April for now, if that's fair. What training had you received by then to do this Cast Biz program?
The 2019 training.
Okay. With the Cast Biz program, what's the first thing that you did?
Once the program is open, you can drag and drop the CPR records into the program.
CDR means call detail records.
Right.
Did you do just 48-hour records or did you do full records in April of 2023?
I only did 48 hours.
When you put the records in, those are the call detail records, and those relate to what?
To the phone that the records were coming back to.
The number you associated with Bryan Kohberger.
Right.
Okay.
She said the number that you associating to Bryan Kohberger. She never said Bryan Kohberger phone number. She was very specific when she said in court a phone number that you are associating to Bryan Kohberger. She never said that this is Bryan Kohberger phone number. You need to pay attention to those details.
After you put those call detail records in, do you have to do anything with cell towers?
With the AT&T, no, because the cell tower locations are in the AT&T CPR.
Okay. So you put that record in, the tower locations are already part of the call detail record that you put in?
Yes.
Is that something that you have electronic on your computer and then you open your Cast Biz program and just import it into the program?
Yes, AT&T provides both PDF and text documents of the files, and I use the text document to put into Cast Biz to have it adjusted.
And when you do that, what gets exported?
Nothing. At that point, nothing is exported or created that I know of.
Can you export the session that you're working on?
You can export a session log, yes.
Did you do that?
No.
He did not export the work. Exactly what he needs to prove that how he got to the conclusions that he got to. When you do your work, you have to save how you got to your conclusions, how the program, what you did for the program give you the information that it gives you, what information you put together to give to the program so the program give you results. He did not save the work. So he could do a fabrication work, like fabricating work to get a result out of the program. He could fabricate information to make the program think one way as they want, knowing the results that they were about to get back out of the program if they put this information in, which is fabricated information. Because for you to use Bryan Kohberger as a suspect and get him to arrest, you have to fabricate all the information. That's when you told Dylan Mortensen, this is what we're going to do. Right after I talked to you. Yeah, knew that a total stranger from Ohio knew exactly who was the killers. Uh-oh. Plan B. Mayday, mayday. Plan B. Dylan, we need you to change your alibi. This is what you're going to say. This is what you're going to do. Because now we're going to go straight from Bryan Kohberger. We're going to go for this guy in Washington, referring to Kopaka. We're going to go for this one guy. And for us to go for this guy, you need to say these certain things. Didn't work for Kopaka. They went from Bryan Kohberger. This is all what it is. They fabricated everything to make Kohberger look like I still want to believe that if the FBI put their hands in this case, they will get to the bottom of it. I still want to believe that if the FBI get their hands on this case, I believe that they will actually get the killers and will get whoever is covering this case. But the FBI somehow, the FBI could get involved right now. They had to go across the state lines. Listen, the Idaho 4 case didn't got concealed and grounded just in Idaho. Soon as Bryan Kohberger crossed state lines and the FBI, now they have to find him in Pennsylvania and bring him back. Now the FBI has all the rights to take over the investigation. Because this Idaho 4 case did cross state lines. It went all the way to Pennsylvania. So as soon as the Idaho 4 case crossed state lines, the FBI could take over this case whenever they please. They don't have to inform Moscow PD. They don't have to do nothing. What's gonna happen is at the same time, Moscow PD gonna get raided. Mr. Green's house, Mr. Green mansion, and Moscow PD is gonna get raided at the same time. Moscow PD and the mansion of Mr. Green, it will get raided at the same time. I pray to God that that's what's about to happen. Moscow PD and Mr. Green are gonna get raided simultaneously at the same damn time to get to the bottom of how all this shit went down. To get to the bottom, like how the fuck you playing with your food in court, all this inconsistency and all this other bullshit that you got going on in court. When this narrative don't fit, we could see that you using this guy as a fall guy. We could tell that you doing all this other shady shit, promoting share in the news media outlets to make this guy to make it. You pushing the narrative and news media outlets to make this guy look like you fabricated evidence to make this guy look like just for you to protect and get a scam going with the killers and shit, to blackmail their families and shit, and now they own you because you saving your bitch ass from getting killed. Because this is what's going on here. They saving the killers from getting killed by the law. They saving the family's embarrassment, and that's why they will pay for that. They saving the University of Idaho money. That's why they will pay for that. If the FBI put their hands in this case, I believe that as soon as the FBI get into this case, they will simultaneously raid Moscow PD, and they will raid not just Mr. Green's mansion, but they will raid all premises of the University of Idaho, and probably a little bit farther too, because I believe they're looking for murder weapons. I believe they will flip all the houses around. They will flip everything. They will get to the bottom of it. It's enough metadata for the real killers to get caught. It's metadata out there. They will make sure that the responsibles of covering these murders, I believe they'll pay. I believe there is enough information out there right now for the real killers and whoever is helping them to get caught. They just have to save the evidence. They just have to save the evidence. The only way to save the evidence is going in right now. By the time this live stream is over, I want the FBI surrounding everything and anything in Moscow, Idaho. That's what I want. I want the FBI using all the resources to shut the whole thing down. Shut the fucking thing down. Have a good day, Cindy Alba. Thank you so much. Very appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Have a great day. Thank you for being here. Very so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, we almost done because I just want to make sure that this guy in here, he just said what he needed to say, that he did the work of the cast but didn't save it. Didn't save the work. Yeah, screenshots and shit, but that don't tell Ann Taylor nothing. Like, Ann Taylor has to legitimize that evidence that the state has is genuine and is complete and is evidence that it could be used against Bryan Kohberger in the court of law. For her to know if she have to go into mitigations or not with her client. This is why she's gonna have this question that she's gonna say like, well, did you save it? No. That right there by itself is a dismiss of evidence right there. That evidence is not good because they didn't save how you got to those conclusions.
How did you create screen?
There'll be motions of suppressing evidence, like they're gonna suppress everything, and that's when Bryan Kohberger is gonna get out. They're gonna suppress everything. This shit is not gonna get to trial at all. I'm telling you right now, this is not gonna get to trial at all. It's not. It's no way that is no way it's gonna get to trial.
Shots.
By using the built-in Windows snip tool, as well as the built-in Windows game console, or they call it the game bar, which is just accessed by hitting Windows G. That allows you to record your screen.
Are those the only two things you did, is screen clip and screen record?
Yes,
How many times did you use call detail records in the CastBiz program?
probably a dozen times. I'm not entirely sure.
That was a terrible question. How many times
She's laughing. She said that was a terrible question. And when she said that, now she gonna make sure that she gonna find the records of whenever the fuck he utilized that same system too. Cause he said 11 times. She was smirking when she said terrible question. Did y'all heard the tone of voice? I hope y'all heard the same tone of voice. She was like almost laughing, saying that was a terrible question, and he fell right into it. He dumb. He said 11 times. If she proved that he was lying in court, oh my god, credibility of the witness, bam, they dumb.
did you use the CastBiz program in relation to Bryan Kohberger's call detail records?
I don't know.
More than once?
I recall doing it for the grand jury because I wasn't the main lead in the call detail records investigation.
I don't understand what that means.
Oh my god, I do understand. She does understand, but she just want to make sure that he elaborates. The only time that he utilized that information of Bryan Kohberger, it was for the grand indictment. The only time that he put cast together with the Bryan Kohberger information was for the secret grand indictment. Wow, listen to this.
Biz program.
Probably a dozen times. I'm not entirely sure.
That was a terrible question.
When he said, well, probably use it for 11 times and shit, the judge still like, oh my god, he's fucking idiot. Wow, y'all seen this?
How many times did you use the CastBiz?
Look
Are
at the
those
judge.
the only two things you did, is screen clip and screen record?
Yes,
How many times did you use call detail records in the CastBiz program?
probably a dozen times. I'm not entirely sure.
That was a terrible question. How many times did you use the CastBiz program in relation
That was a terrible question. He just been using this shit for like 11 times.
to Bryan Kohberger's call detail records?
I don't know.
He said that he don't know when he used the cast records for the Bryan Kohberger information.
More than once?
I recall doing it for the grand jury because I wasn't the main lead in the call detail records investigation.
So in other words, he was not the main need, so they didn't need him to put together anything else. So that means that the only time that he put Bryan Kohberger information on the cast report was for the grand jury. So that means that he was not involved in none of this shit until the grand jury. That means that he was not involved with none of this shit until the grand jury when Bill Thompson pick and choose him to put this information together for him for the grand jury indictment. This shit shady as fuck.
I don't understand what that means.
I wasn't the main person looking at those call detail records.
You weren't the main person with the call detail records, but you put them in the CastBiz program anyway?
For the grand jury, I was requested.
Okay. What did you rely on in producing whatever you produced for the grand jury?
Rely on, what do you mean, what did I produce? As far as the AT&T records,
I want to know what you relied on to do that, to produce something for the grand jury.
I don't understand the question.
Okay.
How the fuck you not gonna understand the question when she's asking you what materials you utilize to enter to the computer? You should know exactly what you did. You should know exactly what you did.
What do you mean, what did I produce? As far as the AT&T records,
I want to know what you relied on to do that, to produce something for the grand jury.
What evidence you utilize to have a cast done for the grand jury? What information you utilize to do the little thingy that you do to get to results with the cast report? It should be very self-explanatory.
I don't understand the question.
Okay.
And he don't understand the fucking question, you idiot. Yes, you fucking do understand the question.
You weren't the main guy with the call detail records or with the cast viz programming. Did I understand that much right?
There was another investigator that was doing it.
Okay. But
Which I believe that's Brett Payne, the one that he's referring to.
you end up involved in it somehow in April of 2023, is that right?
That's why I was asked to examine the data to provide that for the grand jury.
Okay. Was that all of your instruction?
He don't know what to say. Because when Ann Taylor is telling him if that was all your instructions to put this together, he opened his mouth to say something. He don't know what the fuck to say. Because he knew that he was being instructed by Bill Thompson to do this sham and fabricate this evidence within detail. This is why he can't even answer these questions, because he know that Bill Thompson told him what the fuck he needs to get a secret indictment to come back. He pick and choose the judge, pick and choose this detective, that he was not the main cast guy. But Bill Thompson used this guy, give him instructions of what to do. And this is why when Ann Taylor tell him that did you did anything else on the any other instructions, it's like she's letting the witness know that she know that he was instructed to do certain things. That's what's going on here, though.
What do you mean with that?
Well, you're asked by somebody else who's actually doing this part of the investigation in the case to produce something.
Angelique, why you? Big shout out to Angelique. Why you retracted that message? Justice for these four beautiful. Big shout outs to you. Welcome. How you doing? Thank you for being here. Very appreciate it. Why you deleted that? Oh, okay, because you wanted to rearrange it. Okay, welcome home though. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to make sure that you express yourself. We just want to make sure that you're free to express yourself. Big shout out to Angelique Rodriguez. Thank you for being here. Very appreciated. We try to get to the bottom of this sham that is going on with this case. Thank you for being here. Very appreciated though.
Thing for the grand jury to use. And I'm curious about what you relied on, to get to that point. I want to know all the records you relied on, all of the emails, all of the conversations you relied on to produce this thing that you're not the expert for.
So she's asking him, I just want to know what you utilize to put this cast together when you are what you utilize to put this cast together when you don't have nothing to do with this investigation, when you don't have nothing to fucking do with what's going on here, why you here, why you did what you did for Bill Thompson, what you use, to put this report together for Bill Thompson, when you are not the guy nor the expert to get this done. That's how we know that Bill Thompson picked and chose him in particularly, because he knew this one detective was shady enough, like, to let Bill Thompson tell him what it needs to be put in that program, because knowing that putting this certain stuff in this program, it would bring some results that they would utilize in this secret grand indictment champ. And they literally fabricated evidence against Kohberger. And Ann Taylor is big shout out to Bakersfield, California. Thank you so much. Very appreciated. My love and support. Big shout out to Angelique Flores. Thank you so much. Bakersfield, California. Big shout out. Ann Taylor literally just asked him, what the fuck you doing here? You are not the expert. You are not part of this whole investigation, because even though if you did help the investigation in certain things, because he said that he was just gathering footage and he was doing this, he was doing that, but it seems that he was not part of the investigation. This is a total stranger detective. This is a detective that is a total stranger of what's going on with this case. So Ann Taylor just asked him, well, we want to know what you did and what information you rely upon when you don't have nothing to do with this case. Like, why the fuck you are putting a cast together for Bill Thompson where you are not the expert of this case for this? You are not the expert utilized by the state. Now the state is gonna pick and choose you to do this one particular job. That is sus to us. Let's continue.
I wrote the affidavit for the AT&T records, received the AT&T records. Those records were also given to another investigator, who was the main investigator doing the CDR records. Prosecution then asked me.
So the holder of the records was the one that was supposed to put the cast together for Bill Thompson and the grand indictment. Bill Thompson didn't use the expert, but he used this one guy. That's us to us. Yeah, they framing this. They purposely putting all together
To provide or create some type of visualization of the call detail records and examine the call detail records for the 4 hours in question. That
Just to be really sure, when you talked about writing the 2 warrants for AT&T, we're talking about 2 warrants that relate to Bryan Kohberger. There were a lot of other warrants. Is that right?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to be really clear on that. You've taken the cast training. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know there's a way to save your session. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's also a way just to hit reset and delete your session. Do you know that part too? And back in April, when you were creating something for the grand jury, you hit reset. Is that right?
Or I just deleted the files out of it. I don't remember if I had reset or you can delete them individually as well.
You don't remember which thing you did?
I do.
So he don't know if he So he don't wanna say that he just deleted. But so long story short, he just confirmed that he got the results out of the program, but did not save the session where he was supposed to save the session for whenever Ann Taylor and her team look through it. The only thing that he validates that information is the work that he allowed to be deleted. So after he got the results that they wanted, he passed the results to Bill Thompson or whatnot for him to go to the secret grand indictment. But then the work, the log, the work, what you did, how you like, what information you utilize to get to those conclusions, for the program to get to those conclusions, what information you utilize to get to those conclusions, you delete that shit. That automatically makes that work unusable. It gets redacted out of evidence. So Ann Taylor already got rid of the PCA thanks to Bill Thompson, saying that Bryan Kohberger never harassed nor stalked the victims. So now the PCA just crumbled because the PCA was the foundations of the PCA, when it makes everything else in the PCA looking good. It was the Kohberger, the allegations that Kohberger was stalking the victims. That's the problem they have on the PCA. That everything else that it was on the PCA did rely on Kohberger narrative of he was stalking the victims. Soon as Bill Thompson said in court that the PCA, that Kohberger for a fact never stalked the victims, the PCA went out the door. That's why he had to come back and say, well, the PCA is good for nothing. Yes, because you open your fucking mouth in court, you idiot. You open your japper and say, because your ego kicked in, because you got caught pushing false narrative to the news media outlets, and then Ann Taylor used the same shit that you put out in the news media outlets against you, and you had the guilty conscience that you knew you put that shit out, and now you needed to make yourself look good, saying that you actually was concerned of Bryan Kohberger rights and this and this and that and this and this and that, and then trying to making yourself look good. You say it's for a fact that Bryan Kohberger, Judge Bryan Kohberger, never stalked the victims. So now he said that on record. The PCA went the fuck out the door. The IGG's already out the fucking door. Now the PCA too. And now with what this guy just said here in court, the secret grand indictment is over. Because you give prosecution results and did not save. You did not save the work that will make that evidence valid. They screw themselves. I think that we're going to leave it here for today. They screw themselves. They screw themselves. That's all I needed to hear. That you fabricated this whole thing. You fabricated this whole thing for the secret grand indictment and for Bill Thompson. You gave him the results and didn't save the work. You know that's a motion to suppress. Now Ann Taylor has gave the judge the reason to look into the secret grand indictment, because first the judge was trusting that everything was done by the book. now that the judge know what he knew today and what he's about to know in the upcoming days, yeah, all evidence, all possible evidence against Bryan Kohberger, that whatever the prosecution want to present is gonna be thrown out. It's gonna be no good. Bryan Kohberger is gonna walk. But then now the question is, if Kohberger walks, whenever he walks, what's gonna happen? I believe in God and I believe in justice. Is authorities gonna really put the work? Are they gonna actually realize that they have to actually give up the killers? Are they gonna recognize that, well, it didn't work trying to frame Kohberger to keep everyone busy? I wonder if they actually going to give up the killers, because it have to come out of authorities and out of the University of Idaho to actually get the killers caught. The University of Idaho have to give up the killers. For the killers to get caught, I believe in the only way that's gonna happen is if the University of Idaho give up the killers. If they give up the killers, then yes, it's gonna be justice. If they don't give up the killers, I guess they got their job done and they got away with murder. And then the death of these young adults gonna be in vain. Hopefully we get results. Hopefully everything gets settled. Big shout out to everyone that was watching. All the people that is been watching for the past 6 hours and 35 minutes, that is being here for the longest. Thank you so much. Very appreciated. Big shout out to Amy Conway. Big shout out to Cindy Abbott. Big shout out to Angelique. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to Joanne. Big shout out to Holly Martin. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for being here. If you find any value in the information that we bring to the table here in YouTube True Crime, please make sure to send your love and appreciation to our Cash App, TheOnPointFamily. Make sure you like and subscribe, share the content, and please make sure to subscribe to Jrod On Point. Thank you so much for everyone that was here today. It's very appreciated. And as always, your favorite brother, your mother's favorite son, the black sheep, Jrod On Point. Thank you for being here. We're gonna see you soon. We got another live streams coming in the upcoming days. Make sure that y'all turn on the notifications so like that when we go live and we upload, y'all get to see the latest. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your love. Thank you for being here. We have consecutive 15 to 16 people through the whole live stream. We still have 19 people after 6 hours and 36 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate you for being here with me and listening to what I have to say. Hopefully what I said has helped you out, for you to understand the intricacies of this case. It's all a fabrication. Bryan Kohberger is innocent. But if you ask me, he's not innocent of helping the University of Idaho covering this shit up. I'd be surprised if he didn't have nothing to do with it, far as being in cahoot with the powers to be to cover this up. I'd be very surprised, but for what it seems right now, it seems like Bryan Kohberger is just allowing the powers to be to utilize him to keep everyone looking at him while the killers are over here. That's just my personal opinion. We'll get to find out. We'll get to find out. But rest in peace, Kopaga. Rest in peace, all the veterans that put the work for this nation. Happy Memorial Weekend. And please make sure that you hug and love your family. Believe in yourself, because I believe in you. If I did it, you could do it too. I ain't nothing special. I believe that you're going to take the best decisions in your life for yourself and for everyone around you. As always, your gracious and humble host, Jrod. Love ya. Have a good night. I'm going to see ya in a couple of days. We have another live stream coming pretty soon. So make sure that you stay in tune. Thank you for being here. See ya.